Hey dreamers, welcome to Dan Jones' Sleep Stories. It's time to wrap yourself up in a safe, cozy blanket of dreams as you close your eyes and relax asleep into slumberland while listening to this calming tale where you sleep fast, sleep well, and sleep all night. If you like this bedtime story or have thoughts for future sleep stories, please leave a comment and subscribe to the channel. You can also support the channel on Patreon, where you'll find audio voice-only versions of my sleep stories. Thank you for your continued support. And before the story begins, imagine that you're being told this sleep story to the relaxing backdrop of rain outside. Just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to have a sense of relaxing your mind and body as I count down from 20 to 1. Becoming deeper absorbed in the experience with each number. From 20, beginning to focus on the top of your head, noticing what your head is resting on, how it's supported gently in place, the comfort in and around your head as it rests there. 19. Having a sense of the muscles around your scalp and the back of your head softening and relaxing deeper and deeper, drawing in peace and comfort with each breath that you take, before moving your awareness around your face. 18. Focusing on what it's like for that relaxation to spread around your face, your ears and your cheeks. Having the muscles in these areas soften and relax. 17. Relaxing the muscles around your eyes and across your forehead, while the muscles around the side of your head and over the top of your head begin to relax deeper and deeper. 16. Noticing how you can pay attention to fading tension, or perhaps find that tension dissolves without paying it any attention at all. 15. And you can continue to allow that relaxation to spread down around your mouth, relaxing your lips and your jaw, relaxing the muscles around the side of your neck, around to the back of your neck and around your throat. 14. And as your jaw relaxes and hangs slightly loose, limp and comfortable, that relaxation can continue to move down to your shoulders and your upper back. 13. And I don't know whether that relaxation happens fastest around your shoulders, or in the upper back, or perhaps down the tops or the front of your shoulders. As that relaxation progresses around your back and your chest, softening and relaxing those muscles fully, deeply and comfortably. 12. And as those muscles soften and relax while you rest there, that relaxation can begin to spread down the arms to the hands, all the way down to the fingertips. 11. And I don't know which arm will relax fully fastest, whether it'll be the left arm or the right arm, or whether the arms will relax at the same rate and speed as each other. 10. And as that relaxation continues through those arms, it can flow down through your stomach, your sides and lower back, all the way down to your bottom, before extending deeply down through your legs to the tips of your toes. 9. And as your body becomes deeper and deeper relaxed, while you drift into the most pleasant sleep, so your mind begins to relax as a wave of healing light gently passes down through your body. 8. You begin to have a sense of that healing light touching your forehead, enveloping your face and head with healing deep relaxation, absorbing comfortably and gently into you with each in-breath that you take. 7. Filling you with peace and calm, spreading that healing, restorative, recuperative light down through your body, calming your mind. 6. Breathing in healing, calm relaxation. And breathing out any stress or tension. 5. Aware of that healing light passing down your neck, softening and relaxing those muscles, spreading that healing light throughout the neck as it spreads down with the next breath to your shoulders, around the back of your neck and down into your arms. 4. Gradually continuing that flow of healing light all the way to the tips of the fingers. 3. And with another in-breath, the healing light can spread down through the body, softening and relaxing muscles, healing deep within the body, filling the body with pleasure and deep relaxation. 2. As the light journeys down around your stomach, your lower back and sides, into your buttocks and all the way down to the soles of your feet, perhaps noticing your whole mind and body filling with a deep sense of peace and calm. 1. And as you allow that light to flow with each breath, you can find your mind drifting deeper and deeper asleep as you drift comfortably into this story. And this is a bedtime story about a queen who lives in a palace high up in a mountain. And she often feels that she leads quite an isolated existence. Being the queen, she's often expected to just remain in that palace. People will come occasionally and visit. She'll hold functions and balls, but most of her time is spent just gazing out over the land below, and she can see from this palace high up in the mountains the vast landscape stretching out below, the snow-capped mountains, the crisp blue sky, the forests and weaving rivers, the peaceful meadows, and all she can do is look out and dream about being able to go and explore, about having the freedom to lead a life. And one day, she wakes during the night when she hears a sound coming from somewhere else in the palace. She leaves her bedroom, walks quietly down the large corridor on the softest of rugs, almost feeling like the eyes in the paintings are following her, but at the same time feeling a deep sense of comfort and connection to her history as she walks. She continues down that corridor and can still hear that noise. Until eventually she arrives at the heavy wooden door to one of the studies. She carefully and slowly inches open that door, and inside the study she sees a fairy flying around, flying from ornament to ornament. She can hear its wings with their high-pitched buzz, just a blur behind the fairy's back. She asks who this fairy is and what they're doing in her palace. And the fairy says that they've been observing the Queen for many years, that the Queen's parents had tasked them with that role, to look after her, keep an eye on her, And so that is what they've been doing. But over recent years, they've felt that the Queen was seeking something, was often lost in thought, and they had no way of being able to find out what was going on for the Queen without revealing themselves. And they were wondering now whether to do so, and they were searching this study to try to find any books that might contain ancient knowledge that would reveal whether there's any circumstances where they're allowed to reveal themselves to the person they've been tasked to watch over. And the Queen comments that it seems like a pointless point now when they're talking, and the fairy agrees that it does seem rather pointless about whether it's allowed or not when it's happening. And so the Queen heads deeper into the study. She lights the fire in the fireplace, pours herself a drink. It's just the early hours of the morning. The sun hasn't even risen yet. She sits herself down in the most comfortable of armchairs near the fireplace. As the fire begins to crackle to life, gestures for the fairy to stand or sit down somewhere rather than buzzing around, and then talks to the fairy and shares her thoughts and worries, her concerns, the things she feels she's missing out on, the life she would like to have. And the fairy says that she can use magic to help her to be able to go out unrecognized. And she can then explore and find herself, find out who she truly is. And find out what it's like to not be a queen. And the Queen remarks that this is all very well and good, but what about those in the palace? They would obviously miss her and recognize she's missing. And the fairy says that with her magic, she can always take the Queen's place for a time. She can make herself look like the Queen. The Queen can share with her some of the tasks she's supposed to do over the next few days. She already knows the Queen's mannerisms. She's kept a close eye on the Queen. And so the Queen has a gulp of the drink and says, "Let's make it so." And the fairy pulls out a tiny magic wand with fairy dust sprinkling from the end with each movement. And as the fairy dust liberally flies off in all directions, The fairy begins to chant an incantation, doing specific gestures, hand movements, specific patterns. Her focus seeming to increase. The room filling with more sparkling fairy dust. As the furniture springs to life, begins to dance and sing. As the fire begins to dance in tune in the fireplace. As the fairy continues her incantation. And the Queen watches with intrigue and notices the cold drink seems to be beginning to bubble and turn hot. So the fairy continues her incantation. The Queen puts down the drink as the glass warms up. And then, with a movement of the hands like the end of a conductor conducting music, with stillness striking the room, furniture becoming still, the fire seeming to become still in the fireplace, the fairy dust settling to the ground and vanishing, silence setting over the room. The fairy says, "Drink that warm drink." And the Queen drinks the drink. And as she drinks the last drop, the swirl of light starting from around her feet spirals up around her legs, around her midriff, around her chest, her arms, her head, getting brighter and brighter. She feels a tingling throughout her whole body. And then, as the light fades, she feels no different. She asks what has changed, and the fairy gestures to the window, and the Queen heads over to the window, opens the thick curtains, and can see her reflection in the window against the darkness outside. She notices that she has long blonde hair, freckles on her face, blue eyes, almost the exact opposite of her normal look, of brown hair, brown eyes, and clear skin. She notices the changes to her cheekbones, to the structure of her face. Notices she's wearing a pretty sunflower dress, and she looks very different to how she ordinarily looks. And the fairy says that even your voice has changed. To yourself you sound as you do, But to everyone else, you sound very different. And the Queen looks at her arms, at her hands, at her footwear, and the fairy says, "You will have just one day through until midnight, and so a little over 24 hours. Before this wears off, and in a flash of light you'll turn back to looking like the Queen that you are." And so the fairy says that you should go now before anyone wakes up. There's a number of hours before morning, but go now. Leave the palace, and I'll turn into you. And with that, the fairy waves her wand over her own head, and in a flash of light, just as she's finishing saying those words, the words are finished in the Queen's voice. As the Queen sees herself standing there, and she says, "I suppose it's back to bed," and finds her way through to the Queen's bedroom. As the Queen heads through the corridors quietly, softly, and finds her way out of the building, begins to descend the mountain, descending down towards the forest below, following the track that so many people travel up to see her along. She can hear the first hint of early morning birds coming from that forest below. She can feel the fresh, cool air. She breathes that in while descending. And she feels a sense of excitement and curiosity about this experience that she'll have. And she's got the whole of today, overnight and through to midnight tomorrow. And so she explores that forest, touching the bark of trees, the tender, waxy leaves in her fingertips, softly moving branches out the way as she passes, hearing the sounds of different animals, birds, noticing faintest hints of the light edging its way down through the canopy overhead. Occasional beams of light tickling the undergrowth as the wind blows a gentle breeze through the tops of the trees. Curious if she'll see anyone and what she'll discover and explore. And she continues on through the forest, finds her way towards a river that passes through this forest. that travels down from the mountain, that's travelled from the mountain about as far as she has. And while following that river, smelling the fresh coolness of the air alongside the water, the gentle sound of that water as it bubbles along beside her, finding it easier to pass through the forest along the bank of the river than pushing through the trees, and knowing that as long as she can find this river, she can definitely, easily find her way back up to the mountain. And while continuing, she hears a noise and quietly walks towards that noise, where she sees some children playing in the edge of the water, their trousers rolled up, splashing barefoot in the water, laughing so carefree. And she stops for a moment to observe before quietly approaching and engaging in conversation with them, asking them where they live, what this place is like, what they enjoy doing, learning something about these people, these children, before saying goodbye, continuing on, crossing the most beautiful stone bridge and heading down through the meadows and farmland towards the local village. And as the morning continues and the walking continues, she sees a farmer walking along with a horse that's ploughing a field. She says good morning to the farmer, engages with the farmer and learns about their role as a farmer. They talk about having to wake up early, having to work long hours, the pleasure they get and the achievement they get from the role they take. And she continues on, hearing the sound of the church bell ringing for the morning, heading into the village, heading towards the church, admiring the simple stained glass windows and the basic stone structure of that church. She meets some people who greet her so friendly as they enter the church, and some as they leave. Some are carrying flowers in baskets, others carrying fruit and veg. She talks to a number of the people, each one sharing how they enjoy the life they lead, the things they choose to do, feeling a sense of purpose, engaging with the community, engaging with each other, all having their own different skills. and she says goodbye to them and continues her journey, finding her way to the marketplace, feeling a little overwhelmed in the market, with so many people pushing here and there, so crowded, so much noise, so much confusion. An assault to her senses she's not used to. As queen, she's aware of crowds, but the crowds are always kept a little distant from her. Here she's weaving in and out of people, having people trying to sell her things. And so she walks through, smelling the different scents of different foods, seeing different materials, different items of clothing being sold, being offered bits of free food and free drinks. She talks to different sellers, learns about their experiences, before continuing on out the other side of the village, continuing to explore. Enjoying the peace out the other side of the village, heading through meadows, following the river past a mill, its wheel turning as the water flows past, following along past lavender, the scent of that lavender, the colour and the feel of the lavender, enjoying that touch of the lavender, getting that scent on her hands, usually being unable to enjoy touching wildflowers, because what she gets is normally picked and delivered. And up in the mountains, flowers don't really grow like this. And she continues through the meadow until she sees in the middle of the meadow, some way away, a small cabin with a wisp of smoke rising from the chimney. She heads over to that cabin, knocks gently on the cabin door, and a small man with the friendliest of smiles and the cutest of little ginger cats answers the door. She asks if she can come in for a cup of tea, explains she's exploring and just getting to meet the people around here and to learn from them. And they invite her in. She sits by the fire, the cat jumps up on her lap. She begins stroking that cat and it begins to gently purr and snuggle down onto her lap even more. She's presented with a warm cup of tea, which she drinks while talking to this friendly, small old man, who explains what it's like to live around here, to have a community to engage with, to feel a sense of worth. And they talk about their time in this land, the history of the land as they know it. She listens with intrigue, absorbed in the stories being told, to the point she finishes her drink. And it's beginning to get dark outside. She says that she should leave because it's getting late, and she says goodbye to the cat before heading back towards the town. And back in the town, she hears a lively tavern, and she's never been inside a tavern, so she heads to that tavern, heads inside, asks if they've got a room for the night, and she's given a key to a room and told where it is. She heads up to the room, freshens up, before going back down to the bar, and at the bar she chats with more locals, seeing what they're like when they're not working, when they're enjoying themselves. She chats with the bar staff. She engages in drinking with them, in playing bar games, feeling a part of this community, before finding herself getting more and more tired, and so heading to bed, and waking the next day knowing she has to make her way back to the palace before midnight. And so she takes some more time to explore this village. She starts to ask people about the Queen, about what people thought of the Queen, and they explain that she pretty much seems to let them lead their own lives. She's a very good Queen, but they never really see her. She doesn't interfere with their lives. And some of them say they feel sorry for her, that she probably is lonely up there all by herself. The Queen of this land, yet not really a part of this land. And she talks with them some more about how things could change, what they would like to see, before developing some ideas. As the day continues on towards evening, and so she starts making her journey away from that village, following the river, heading back through the forest. Finding her way all the way back to the palace high up in the mountain. And when she arrives back at the palace, she knows that she doesn't want to be seen not looking as the Queen. So she waits for a while, sitting in the garden, and it's dark and the moon's out and the stars are twinkling overhead, and as her eyes adjust to the dark, she can see the faint sign of the aurora, like curtains waving gently in a breeze. She enjoys sitting on a bench in the garden, gazing out at the view, the way the moonlight reflects and sparkles on the river's surface below. She reflects on her journey, on her experience. And as midnight strikes, with a flash of light from her feet up to her head, she turns back into herself. She sneaks back into the palace, finds her way back through to the study where she meets with the fairy, who is back as the fairy. She talks with the fairy about her experience, about what she learned about herself, about others, about happiness, and changes she would like to make, that she knows those around her might feel uncomfortable with those changes being made, not wanting her to take such risks, but she decides she wants to feel more part of a community. She doesn't just want balls with wealthy other aristocrats from other places, but she wants to open her home to the local people, to engage with the local people, to travel herself for supplies into town, to head to the market, to enjoy walks in nature, to feel like she belongs. And she explores all this and explains it all with the fairy. And the fairy says it sounds like she's no longer needed to be here right now, but if she's ever needed again, she'll just know it and she'll be there. And the queen thanks the fairy, as the fairy seems to just vanish. And the queen leaves the study, heads to bed, and wonders if she missed anything in the day and a half that she was gone, or whether everything ticked on as usual. And she looks forward to the changes she'll be making as she relaxes back in bed and drifts and floats so calmly, so peacefully, asleep into slumberland. I'm just going to tell this story about a woman who is resting at home one day, and she notices out of the window, while it's raining, as she's listening to the gentle pitter-patter of the raindrops on the window, that the sky has an unusual hue to it. There are areas of sunlight and areas of cloud, and while gazing out of the window, admiring the curious atmosphere, admiring the textures of the clouds, and the contrast between the dark sky and the sunlight, she notices the most incredible, vivid rainbow forming in the sky. and she watches for a while and realizes the rainbow doesn't seem to be fading. Minutes turn into hours, and that rainbow still seems to just be hanging there in the sky. And so she gets wrapped up and dressed up, ready to go out in the rain. She heads out into the rain, raising the hood on her raincoat. The sound of that rain reverberating around her ears as it strikes the coat and the hood of the coat. The sensation of each raindrop hitting the coat. And some of the spray from the rain catching her face. And the weather is the most comfortable temperature. As she's wrapped up, it's not too warm and not too cool. And nobody else seems to be out, perhaps all tucking away out of the rain. And she walks in the direction of the rainbow. And she's going in search of the legendary pot of gold that she hopes to find, where the rainbow touches the ground. And she doesn't know whether the pot of gold is at the left side of the rainbow or the right side of the rainbow. But she feels that the right side is probably correct because it's right. And that's where she decides to check. And so she heads in the direction of the right side of the rainbow, keeping an eye on that giant, vivid arch of colour stretching overhead. Curious at how that rainbow is lasting so long as she walks. And as the rain continues, and the sun shines through the rain, casting that ethereal rainbow in the sky, she continues journeying towards where the right side of the rainbow touches the ground. And she heads through a town, heads out into countryside, and she can see that rainbow still way off in the distance. She continues following that rainbow, curious how it's staying where it is, heading deeper and deeper into countryside, noticing how the countryside seems to strangely be shifting and changing as she walks, as if reality is shifting and changing. And yet, the one constant is that rainbow. She occasionally hears the sounds of birds, singing in bushes and trees, but is surprised at the stillness of the environment with just the sound of the rain, only occasionally being punctuated by other sounds. She reaches grounds of an ancient monastery that seems so still, and the stonework of this ancient monastery casts the most incredible contrast to the nature, the greens of the grasses and the trees around. She cuts through that monastery, curious what it was like in the past, long before it became ruins. She heads out the other side of the monastery, continuing to head towards that rainbow, which has now hung in the sky for many hours. It's almost as if time is caught in a loop, not proceeding forward, but still playing, like just a loop of rain in a moment. And she continues on through the countryside. The feeling of walking through fields where the ground is slightly spongy, the smell of the air in the countryside, cleaned by the rain, a certain freshness to that air. As the landscape continues to subtly change as she walks, in a way that's barely noticeable, and just retrospectively she realizes how different the landscape is becoming. She finds herself walking into long grass, taller than she is, with wide shards of grass, almost rattling in the breeze. As she walks through that grass, keeping an eye on the sky, on that rainbow as she walks. And she notices the rainbow getting wider and wider, and knows that she's nearing the base of the rainbow. And she hopes that she'll find the gold that she seeks. And eventually she reaches the foot of the rainbow. She can see it arching high overhead, its colours so vivid against the darkness of the rain clouds. But at the foot of the rainbow, instead of finding gold, she notices that there's what looks almost like a blue portal with a slight whirring sound, as if this rainbow is beaming out of that portal. She wonders whether there is the same at the other side of the rainbow. And this portal takes on the shape of an orb, and she pokes a stick into the portal, takes that stick out and decides to walk through the portal. And as she walks through the portal, So she comes out in a continuation of that long grass. But the environment is incredibly warm. A very different environment to the one she just came from. It seems much drier, and as she looks behind her, she can see the portal, but not the rainbow. And as she looks behind her, she notices the entire environment is very different. And she continues walking through this long grass, curious where she is. And as she walks through this long grass, so she starts to hear the faint, distant sound of flowing water. And she heads towards that sound of flowing water. And as she nears the sound, so it becomes louder and louder, and she can begin to smell the scent of the fresh water flowing. And as she gets closer and closer to the water, so the grass thins out, and she finds herself on the bank of a wide river. And she carefully follows that wide river, curious where it'll take her. And along the riverbank, she sees a very unusual sight. Something large seems to be in a deck chair with a parasol above their head. And she gets closer and closer and realizes that it's a manatee, seemingly resting on its back, enjoying the weather, shielding itself from the sun with the parasol. And as she approaches, she slows down and engages in conversation with this manatee. And while talking with the manatee, she can hear the water trickling alongside, the sound of the rustling grass, the sight of the occasional butterfly flitting in and out of that grass. And as she talks with that manatee, she asks where here is. And the manatee tells her that she's in a land of elephant grass. And she asks what the elephant grass is. And the manatee says that elephant grass is all that tall grass that surrounds us, that's as far as the eye can see. And it's called elephant grass because if it ever rains heavily for 40 days and 40 nights, the grass flowers. And then following the flowering, an elephant is born at the base of the bits of grass, and the land becomes overrun by elephants, and the grass seems to disappear, and the landscape for a time is barren. And then the elephants disperse in search of food, travelling off in different directions to different lands, eating the remains of the grass before they go. And this manatee explains that sometimes it's been known to go wrong, that a strange kind of rain happens, and something very different occurs. That there was one year where it was raining incredibly heavy, but it was also very windy. And the wind and the rain mixed. The fronds of grass intertwined with each other. The river that weaves its way through this elephant grass overflowed, and this river contains elements from the distant mountains, which mixed with the soil. And as the rain subsided, and the river settled down, out from the ground erupted tens of millions of chickens, running around, noisily pecking at all the seeds, pecking at the remnants of the grass, chickens as far as the eye could see. And the woman engages further with this manatee, not once thinking that actually it's a strange experience to find a manatee lying back on a deck chair with a parasol overhead, who can also talk. Something about the experience just felt natural. And she sets off from that manatee, having asked for directions on where she should perhaps go next. The manatee had said about the mountains, and so she thought perhaps she'll head towards those mountains, and was curious what these elements were, which washed down the river from the mountains. And so she follows the river up towards those mountains. And while walking towards those mountains, she notices a white pelican standing in the water, so patiently waiting, staring into the water. She calls out to that white pelican and asks them the direction, if she's going the right way to the mountains. And the pelican tells her that she is, that she can head this direction past the lost city, where eventually she'll find a garden. And in that garden, she'll find the path into the mountains. And she leaves that pelican, continues following this river, until she thinks she can see the faintest hint of the peaks of the mountains on the horizon. And she continues to walk, and the elephant grass gives way, first to shrubs, and then to small trees, and then to woodland. And she heads into that woodland, and while walking through the woodland, she decides to stop, to take a break, to rest for a little while. And as she rests, so a little fairy seems to fly from the water's edge, curiously investigating her, asking her about who she is, where she's from, where she's going. And she explains. And the fairy says that the journey is going to get very difficult as you begin to ascend the mountain. But hidden within the mountains are multi-dimensional beings called the Hugs. And the Hugs can't be seen, only felt. And they're incredibly friendly. Their aim is to help, to bring hope, to bring comfort. And you'll encounter them, but you may not even realize you've encountered them unless you need them. The fairy said there are little Hugs that are very small, would probably only come up to your knee. And then there are big Hugs that are about twice your size. And the fairy explained that you can't see the Hugs, these multi-dimensional beings. But if you could, you'd notice that they're almost like just balls of fur and fluff, with the friendliest of eyes and faces, and the warmest of cuddles. And they communicate through touch. And so they come up, and they give you a hug, to help motivate, to help you feel safe and secure, to help you feel supported, to help you better continue your journey. And whenever you need a hug, they will be there. Sometimes you might need a little hug. Other times you might need a big hug. But they'll be there when you need them. And then the fairy flits off and seems to rest down on a lily pad in the middle of the river, before jumping in the air, landing in the middle of that lily pad and seeming to disappear. And the woman rests for a little while before continuing on her journey, and she encounters the lost city, so she knows she's heading in the right direction. And the lost city appears to just be rocks and ruins. And she climbs some areas she's sure used to be walls, and weaves through other areas she thinks may have been doors, and follows other areas that look like they were probably paths, maybe even roads. She feels that she can almost hear the sounds of what this metropolis used to be like. The chinking of blacksmiths working with metal, the clopping of horses, the murmur of people selling to each other in markets, enjoying each other's company. The vibrant nature of this place, when it once existed and having a curiosity about how it all came to an end with time. Maybe the people from here just gradually moved on and went their own separate ways, as she now continues on her separate way through this lost city, back into the woodland, hearing the rustling of the leaves overhead as the wind blows a breeze, pushing past branches, feeling the bark of the trunks of trees as she weaves around them. Watching the shards of light breaking through the canopy and dancing ahead. In the dust of the woodland, glittering, sparkling, almost twinkling like fairy dust. And gradually working towards a clearing the other side of the woodland, where she finds an unusual sight, a traditional well-kept garden, seemingly at the base of the mountains. And she walks up to the gate to the garden. Peers over the gate to see who may or may not be in this garden, trying to work out who this garden belongs to. It's well maintained, so someone must be here at some point. And then carefully unbolting the gate, walking through the gate, with a creak and a click, closing the gate behind her, smelling the most beautiful scent of the flowers, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face, and then seeing the most friendly looking cat lying in the sun in the garden. And as she gently, slowly, carefully approaches that cat, so the cat flops onto its side, gives a little meow, and she reaches out and scratches its belly gently, rubs its fur, rubs just under the cat's leg, and the cat rolls onto its back, and she spends some time with that cat, curious who owns this garden, and notices while she's engaging with the cat that the sun is setting behind the mountains, and it wouldn't be sensible to climb the mountains in the dark. And so she wonders if it would be okay to set up a camp in this garden. And so she makes a makeshift camp in the garden from bits she's acquired on her journey. The cat comes and sits down near her, and as the garden begins to darken, as that sun continues to set, she notices fireflies flying around in the garden, most beautiful dots of light flitting from place to place, sometimes hovering in a location. And then she notices in the darkness somebody approaching holding a light. And as they carry that light, its flame gently flickering so calmly and beautifully, she's curious who this is. And they're a short, elven creature with smooth skin, gently pointed ears, the softest hair, and the kindest eyes. And they engage with the woman about how she's found this garden. She's met their cat. She's obviously demonstrated she's kind and friendly. And so in the morning, they'll show her the route up the mountain, because it isn't what she would expect. And says for now, settle down and sleep. And then they turn and walk away. And the woman settles down. She watches the night's sky, the stars in the sky, the colours of the sky, and drifts peacefully asleep. And the next morning, she wakes to the cat padding on her arm, feeling so calm and comfortable. She walks across the garden, curious about the previous evening's encounter. And that elven person appears again, guides her to the sundial in the middle of the garden, twists the top of the sundial, and with a click, they then tilt the sundial, revealing some steps, and they say, descend those steps, and it'll take you to the path to ascend this mountain. And so they descend the steps. They light a torch as they go. You can hear the occasional drip of water down here. And they walk along a tunnel under this garden, and then find some steps before them. They begin to ascend these steps, and the steps get wider and wider, and the roof above the steps gets higher and higher, until the roof is so high the light from the torch no longer reaches it. And they ascend, and they ascend, and they ascend, encountering glowing moss, streams of glowing fibres around the walls, helping to light this space. They reach a point where they begin to struggle with the constant ascent, and then feel a sense of being hugged and filled with strength and motivation, kindness and support, and encouragement to keep going. They continue a while longer before stopping to take a break, and then continuing again some more. And after they feel like they've been ascending for hours, they start to think to themselves they can't go on, they can't keep pushing themselves like this. They don't know how much further they have to go. And then they feel a big hug. And they continue on after eating and having that rest, until eventually finding themselves at an oak door with ornate carvings. And they open that door and realize they're in a room looking out from the top of the mountains, carved into the mountains with windows. And in this room, they see multiple elements, different powders, seeming to be worn directly from the rocks. And carefully feeding in to the trickle of water from up here, and watching as that water trickles across a thin path in the floor of this room before beginning to trickle down the side of the mountain. Those elements merging, mixing, being like the lifeblood of the entire landscape below. And from here they can hear the blustery wind outside. They can see way off into the distance, way off back to where they started. They see the faintest hue of blue of that portal way off in the distance, so vivid and vibrant. From here it just looks like a pinprick of light, and yet it's still visible. And they look around this space, finding this room seems empty, but it seems purposeful. It has windows. It's designed as a room. Elements seem to be just wearing off the walls and carefully flowing and mixing with the water. And then they see from the corner of a room a small owl hopping along the ground and then walking towards them, greeting them, introducing themselves, explaining that they're the wise one of this land. Everything works here like clockwork. Everything has a purpose. The mountain grows. The elements wear down. Those worn elements pass into the water. The water flows down the mountain and feeds the valley below. and life forms all round. And as that water evaporates in the distance, the wind blows the water towards the mountains again, where it rains down on the growing mountains, evaporates more of the elements, and the cycle continues. And as the wise one, they're responsible for making sure that this continues day after day, with no break in the cycle. There's some variation in the cycle. Sometimes some elements mix more than others. Sometimes it rains more than other times and for longer than other times. And this creates a certain level of uncertainty and change. And they ask the woman what led her to be here, and she explains she came in search of gold, but found this place instead, finding a portal where the gold would normally be. And they say to the woman, "You struck gold. Very few people have ever made it here. It's very rare for anyone to find the base of a rainbow, and that the bases of rainbows are portals between lands, each base leading to different lands. And the portal is different depending on the rainbow and the quality of the rainbow, leading to different lands, different dimensions." And they explain to the woman that she needs to head back and find her way back, that they can share some knowledge with her, make this trip meaningful. But she needs to head back before the rainbow dissolves and the portal fades. And they hand her an enormous kite and what resembles a kind of surfboard mixed with a wing. And they tell her to get back, the quickest way is to kite surf. The wind, the updrafts of warm air, following the descending cold air. Recognizing patterns in the sky to navigate your way back. They tell her to hold on to the kite, holding on to two separate strings that will allow her to direct the kite left, right, help her to raise up, lower down, and to be on that windsurfing board. And with a sense of uncertainty, she heads out of this room onto a ledge here at the top of this mountain. She then feels a big hug giving her a hug and feels comfortable. And the owl says, "You can trust us. You can trust yourself. This is no storm in a teacup. You can ride this back to where you came. and she pulls on the cords, lurching the kite forward, which launches in the air, jumps onto the board, locking one foot on the front, and sets off, waved off by the owl, and begins surfing the wind back to where she came, surfing above the mountain, above the garden, above the woodland, weaving and following that river back in the direction she came from. Sky surfing all the way back, noticing way down there that manatee still choosing to rest on a deck chair under a parasol, and lowering herself down and weaving, landing among the elephant grass, skidding along near to the portal that she's aiming for. And she passes through that portal, finding herself back where she started, in a more familiar land. The tall elephant grass here fading as the portal fades, where it had bled out through the portal into the land around. Seeing behind her the rainbow fading, the portals closing, the clouds clearing, the rain stopping, as she found her way back home, and as the sun increased in temperature, now there were no clouds or rain, she took off the raincoat and carried it with her. As she walked back towards her home, and as she arrived home and went to get the key out of her pocket to open the door, she finds a tiny little carved statue of an owl, inscribed on the base, saying something to remember your journey by. She opens the door and goes in to her house. She makes herself a drink and settles down for a while, reflecting on the journey she's had. And as night falls, she heads to bed, still in her mind, running over the experience, curious how the portals form, why others haven't discovered them before, why she's never heard of them before, wondering whether she'll ever get to leave this land and maybe visit other lands in the future, knowing if there's another rainbow, she's definitely going to go searching for the end of the rainbow. And she settles down and begins to drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself travelling along an English canal in a narrow boat, and your boat is travelling along very slowly, You're carefully manoeuvring this boat along the canal, enjoying the leisurely journey through the waterways. The sun gently setting in the background, casting the most beautiful glow across the water and the landscape as you gaze out over the flat meadows and fields, pocketed with the occasional patch of woodland. That golden light, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm. The sound of the motor of the narrowboat chugging away gently as you hold the rudder, steering, making small changes to keep that boat on track. The slight sloshing sound of the wake as it reaches the bank of the canal. Perhaps noticing the sound of ducks some distance down the canal taking off, sound of their wings flapping as they build up speed and run on the surface of the water, while the pumping of their wings cause them to cool out and verbalize their experience. Maybe even noticing the occasional person walking a dog on the bank of the canal, perhaps seeing the excited face of the dog, its tongue hanging out, panting, its tail wagging, maybe occasionally chasing after a bull. Perhaps seeing a dog that jumps in the canal water, paddles around for a bit before swimming back to the shore, planting its feet just right and shaking itself dry, its fine mist created, forming a soft rainbow through that mist as the low sunlight shines across the landscape. Finding this life on a narrowboat to be so relaxing, like really slowing down time, allowing your mind the time to wander and drift and dream. That golden light shimmering as it bounces along the water's surface. The early evening birds announcing their arrival as you continue along in search of a place to moor up for the night. And after some time, beyond the sunset, when the heavens are dappled with twinkling stars, like diamonds hanging in the night sky from ethereal threads, each one twinkling ever so slightly, dancing ever so gently, like a celestial mobile above your head. You see a place to moor up. You slow down from the already slow speed cutting the engine and gliding gently into the mooring, throwing the rope onto the dock as the boat comes to a halt, tying the boat to its home for the night, appreciating the silence. Now the engine's turned off, where you can hear the gentle sloshing of the water against the side of the boat, so gently, such calm water. You can breathe in and feel the freshness to the air, a certain calm stillness, and the scent of nature and the delicate watery fragrance of the canal as you head into your narrowboat. Turn on a light, descending those steps, hearing on the sides of the boat that rapping of the gentle water, almost lulling you to want to sleep before you're ready. As you cook yourself up some food and then sit down on the most comfortable sofa you've got within this narrowboat. And this narrowboat has a bedroom at one end, and just above the bedroom, at the front of the narrowboat, is a slightly raised roof with a stained glass window, and half that window is above the bedroom itself, but it moves beyond the bedroom, with the other half the window, allowing light into the living area. And you have a kitchen area on one side. You have a bathroom and some storage on the other side. You have a wraparound sofa, only parted by the steps down into the room. Finding this area so cozy and so snug. And although you've got some spotlights in the ceiling of your narrowboat, you use lamps you've got dotted around, which allow for softer light, more focused light, more atmospheric light. And so you have something to eat, and you sit down, and you rest for a little while, just listening to the water, or turning the lights off, heading through to the bedroom area, and heading to bed, and drifting and floating into the most peaceful night's sleep. And while you drift and float, asleep deeply, You dream that you're walking along a seashore, walking through slightly damp sand. The sound of the sea gently rolling over alongside you. Trying to decide whether it's more like a gentle hiss or a gentle rumble. A bit like white noise of that sea rolling in. And it's a little distance from you, but you can still smell the salty air. You can see as you walk barefoot across the sand, the way your feet leave their mark on that sand, the way the sand changes colour with each footstep. And you find a location where you feel the sand is just right, just the right level of dampness for you to build a sandcastle. And so you start building up that sandcastle, filling a castle-shaped bucket with sand, with a small spade, patting that sand down, the gentle thud with the spade, before tipping the castle over, giving a little shake to the bucket, tapping the top of the bucket with that spade, carefully giving a little bit more of a shake, wiggling that bucket ever so slightly, paying close attention to the information you're receiving through your fingertips, to the subtle changes and feeling from the bucket, where you notice how the sandcastle is loosening from the walls of the inside of the bucket as you carefully and gently twist and shake that bucket very, very gently, in very small motions, until the bucket feels empty, and you know underneath the bucket the sandcastle should be stood proud. And so you carefully lift the bucket up from the sandcastle to reveal the perfect castle. And then with the spade you dig a moat around the castle. You rub around that moat with the spade to neaten it up. You build up a bit of a wall from the sand from the moat around the foot of the castle. You then start to carefully dig from that moat in the direction of the sea, carefully digging over to the sea to make a channel to the water. You dig that channel close enough that as some of the waves gently roll in, and slide along the surface of the sand. They start to flow into your channel, and you watch as that water rolls gently down that channel and starts to fill up the moat. And you watch as that moat fills. And then, to make this last a while longer, once the moat is filled, you fill the channel back up. And you dig a secondary moat, an empty moat, a little bit closer to the sea, with the sand from that moat piled up behind the moat, between the moat and the castle, so that as the tide slowly comes in, the castle will have an opportunity to last a little bit longer before being washed away as just something in a moment. And you sit on the dry sand some way back from the seashore, gazing down towards that sand castle you've built, feeling the radiant warmth of the sun as it tickles your cheeks, breathing in the warm air, smelling the gentle scent of the salt, hearing the distant sound of the waves lapping on the shore. Enjoying this dream, the peacefulness of the dream, the simplicity of the dream, like having a still mind, just focusing on one enjoyable task, on being in the moment while doing that one enjoyable task. And you watch as the sea gradually comes in and starts to overpower your creations and begins the process of eroding that castle. Of wearing down the physical structure, leaving behind just the memories. And while the castle wears down to just a smooth mound of sand, and gradually that smooth mound of sand softens and becomes flatter and flatter. You close your eyes on this beach, enjoying being in the moment, enjoying drifting and floating deeper, more peacefully asleep. And as morning approaches, you're awoken by the soft light filtering through the stained glass window, the various colours, arousing a sense of peace and calmness within you. and you wake up feeling so refreshed and revitalized, having fallen asleep like every other night, where you have that sense of being rocked asleep so gently. And you have yourself some breakfast before continuing your journey, unmooring, continuing to travel along the canal. And after a while you arrive at a lock. You navigate your way through the lock, heading into the lock, closing it behind you, changing the water level, waiting patiently for that to occur before continuing on your journey and then closing the lock behind you again. Continuing your journey along the canal, each day just being so relaxed, so peaceful, very calm and leisurely way of life. A very simple way of life. And eventually, as the next evening begins to knock on your shoulders and the curtains of night begin to draw, you see a mooring by a traditional British pub. You moor up by that pub. You head into the pub. There are some locals in here and great atmosphere. Wooden beams. And the outside is wooden beams and painted white and a thatched roof. And this pub is the Crow's Nose. And the picture above the pub, the sign hanging out from the building, it's like a shield with a crow's beak on that shield and crow's wings coming off the side of the shield. And you head into this pub and you order a drink and some food. And you go and sit down out the back in the pub garden. And this pub has a front pub garden with some benches and people out the front, and a back pub garden with some benches and more space and fewer people out the back. And so you sit and enjoy your food, and you enjoy your drink. The gentle murmur of people in the background, talking, enjoying themselves. And as you sit there, so unusual looking man in a purple cloak and a pointed hat walks over to you, sits down at the table near yours, and they declare that they're a wizard. And you smile, as if just to be polite, unsure really how to respond. and they pull out a coin, and they make the coin vanish in their hand. And again, you just smile politely, thinking many people know how to do a magic trick like that. But you don't say that, you just smile politely. And then this wizard tells you that they can show you something really curious. And they wave their arms around, and nothing happens. And you smile politely again. And so they stand up, move to an open space in the garden. They flex their arms and their fingers as if to psych themselves up. They straighten their pointed hat on their head. You watch with curiosity, little intrigue, unsure what they're trying to do. As they make large arcs in the air with their hands. Only this time there's a slight electrical buzz and hiss and a slight electric blue sparks coming from the path their hands are taking. Then they move their hands faster and faster, before pulling their hands in opposite directions, as if to pull open some curtains. And as they do, the space between the sparkling ring opens out to show a different environment. And this gets more than just a polite smile. This gets you to stand up in shock out of your chair and walk over to them, looking more at the gap that goes somewhere else than at them. And they gesture to the gap. They say, I told you I was a wizard and I'll show you something interesting. And they take their hat off. They walk through this portal they seem to have created. They gesture back for you to join them. You look around and see there's no one else in the garden. No one else to defer your decision making to. And so you shrug your shoulders. You follow behind them and walk through this portal. You find yourself in a clearing, surrounded by woodland. And it appears like the Mad Hatter's tea party is taking place from Alice in Wonderland. And you watch on with curiosity as these characters have afternoon tea in this strange clearing in this woodland. And the wizard, not even acknowledging the tea party, walks to a tree, opens a door in the tree, and gestures and tells you to come on. And so you follow them, looking back at the tea party. You find yourself entering the tree, discovering you're heading down a spiral staircase, and the wizard is counting themselves down the spirals, down the steps, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You hear them stepping off the bottom step. As you, a few steps behind them, follow on. You hear them opening a large metal door. They walk through the door and you arrive at the door and walk through following them. And find yourself in a large dungeon under the tree. And you walk through this dungeon, each footstep echoing off the walls. And you head all the way to the far side of the dungeon, where the wizard taps on a few specific points that you would never remember. And with this, the back wall of the dungeon falls away to reveal what looks like the inside of a stone building with a staircase rising up. And you follow this wizard up this staircase. And after quite a climb, you notice hanging down at this point is a pendulum of a clock, and you continue to ascend. And near the top, you can hear the loud ticking of the clock, and eventually you arrive at a room at the top and find that you're surrounded by the inside of clock faces, looking at the reverse image of each of those clock faces and the hands on the faces, surrounded by the mechanisms, all the cogs of the clocks, all attached to the pendulum to keep time. And the wizard tells you that they're actually an advanced being, but advanced technology often appears like magic to significantly less advanced civilizations. And everything you're seeing is a representation to make this make sense to your mind, to what your neurology can understand. And that this clock tower and its faces and its cogs and its keeping time is just a physical manifestation of a quantum realm where you can travel through time and here this location is between time. It's a point out of time where in every direction time runs in different ways and different spatial locations. And beneath each clock face is a door, and they gesture for you to walk towards one of the doors. And so together, you walk towards that door. They gesture for you to go ahead, and so you walk through the door and the other side of the door. It's as if you're looking over space from a point of nothingness, as if the clock tower is floating in space, independently of anything else. And you head back into the clock tower and you walk to another door. You walk through that door, and as you look, it's as if you're gazing over a fantasy landscape. You see dragons flying in the air. You see tall, almost impossibly built castles and towns. And you walk back in through the door and you go to the third door. As you walk out of the third door, it's as if you're floating over a massive thunderstorm with purple lightning striking and dancing through the clouds, unable to see the landscape below. And you walk back into the clock tower and you go to the fourth door. And as you walk through that fourth door, you seem to be on the strangest looking planet, with pink clouds, golden landscape, and strange sounds of animals. And you head back into the clock tower. You go back to that first door. You walk back through the first door. Only what you see this time is the sight of a steam train hurtling through an unusual landscape. And the wizard says that because the clocks are ticking and time is always changing, what is through one door when you walk through it once isn't what's through that door when you return to it. It's forever changing. And a reality collapses into reality at the point of you walking through the door. But once you leave that reality, it's as if that reality now passes. And like a wave function, any other number of realities are through the door, settling just on one when you walk through it. And then in the centre of this clock tower, the wizard forms an orb before them, weaving their hands around this ball of light. They then seem to almost pull that ball of light wider and larger with their hands. And once this ball of light is the size of them, they tap it with one finger, and instantly you feel a deep sense of peace and tranquility. And they explain that that ball is a quantum flux of all realities, past, present and future. And their civilization has reached a point of being able to create these quantum flux balls like this that allow them to connect with time, to alter time, to move through space and time as if there is no time passing. And after they show you this experience, you decide that it's time to return back to that pub garden. And you take the slow way back, descending the steps, heading through the dungeon, finding your way all the way back and out the portal as they follow you. Before creating another portal, stepping through it, closing it behind them, leaving you alone in silence in this pub garden, where you know no one would believe you if you said what your experience was. They'd probably think that you're making it all up. Maybe you've had too much to drink, even though you know that's not the truth. And you wonder why this wizard appeared before you, why they chose to show you the things that they did, why they chose you. Because you believe there must be a reason. And so finding your mind going around and around that idea that there must be a reason, that must have been a real experience. You finish up in the pub as it's getting late. You leave the pub and head back to your narrowboat. You settle down once again on your narrowboat and drift and float so comfortably, so peacefully asleep into slumberland, exploring your experiences in your dreams, trying to work out what it all means as you drift deeper and more relaxed, asleep. And in this bedtime story, you go in search of some crystals to carry out an ancient ritual that helps to create a deep, meaningful connection with the world around you. And so you set off one day. You find yourself walking through a meadow, and as you amble along in that meadow, the gentle sound of each footstep that you take through the tall grass, the whispering sound of the fronds of grass as your feet pass through them, slight rustling as the wind blows a breeze, The way the grass seems to undulate and move in unison, almost like waves through the meadow. And the gentle scent of spring flowers, and the sight of bees and butterflies going about their daily business from plant to plant. Breathing in that fresh meadow air, breathing out any stress and tension as you continue ambling through this meadow, seeing in the distance tree line of the most beautiful woodland, and being able to gaze up at the sky, noticing what the sky looks like, whether you can see any clouds, and if you can, what those clouds look like, whether they're wispy, whether they're more bulbous, whether they're like cotton wool drifting through the air, and whether you can notice any birds high up in the sky. And as you continue walking through the meadow on your journey to find those crystals, to be able to carry out that ancient ritual, you begin to get closer and closer to the woodland. And while walking closer to the woodland, so you begin to hear the distant sound of a stream, and you notice that sound of the stream increase gently in volume as you approach. Then you start to smell that scent of fresh water, hearing the bubbling babble of that stream. Stopping at the stream for a little while, splashing some of that cool, fresh water onto your face, feeling that water as it flows through your hands, your fingertips. Coolness, how fresh the water feels. The sight of some small fish seeming to almost swim on the spot, and yet, whenever your shadow moves over those fish, they suddenly dart in different directions away from the shadow. And as your shadow moves again, so they move back into formation. And after stopping at the edge of the stream for a little while, you continue walking, now following this stream towards the woodland. Still admiring the beauty of the nature around you, curious about the journey to those crystals and the ancient ritual you'll be performing. And after what feels like no time at all, yet in reality has been most of the day, you arrive at the tree line to the woodland, and the sun is beginning to gently set over the horizon, tucking itself up in bed for the night. As the night sky takes on the look of a diamond-encrusted blanket, twinkling, sparkling overhead, and you settle down on the edge of the woodland. Hearing the evening rustle of the trees, feeling the coolness of the evening air, setting up a tent, lighting a campfire, feeling the warmth emanating from that crackling, undulating fire. Those flames of the fire dance before you, the golden light, caressing the meadow at the base of the fire. Shadowy fronds of grass, dancing with each flicker. Feeling the warmth of that fire on your cheeks, making yourself something to eat and drink, hearing the nighttime sounds of crickets and cicadas, the occasional sound of distant birds and other animals, bringing a deep sense of comfort and tranquility to your mind and body. And as the night continues on, so the fire burns down as the moon rises up into view, casting its silvery light across the landscape, giving the landscape an ethereal quality. As the fire continues burning down to embers, just the most gentle, warm glow, and the crackling almost entirely ceased. And with that, you decide to settle down for the night in the tent and drift and float peacefully asleep. And while you drift and float peacefully asleep, you drift into the most pleasant reverie, lying there so comfortably in that tent, initially aware of the sound of the sides of the tent moving gently in the breeze, and the feeling of your body snuggled down in the most comfortable sleeping bag, feeling so comfortable, resting down and sleeping in this tent. Almost like receiving a hug from nature, those sounds outside the tent, nature's symphony, lulling you to sleep. Your calming and slowing breathing, as the curtains of sleep descend on your mind. The occasional flicker and flash, a little bit like the remnants, the fire passing through your mind, bringing hints of a dream yet to be. And as you continue falling comfortably asleep, so you have a slight momentary falling feeling, like you're dropping asleep comfortably. And then you begin to dream. And you dream about walking down a country path towards a quaint railway station. The gravelly, stony path underfoot, crunching with each step. The path blowing up some dust with each small breath of wind. Hearing starlings nestled deep within the hedgerows, unseen yet heard singing so beautifully. And mysteriously, every time you gaze towards the sounds, they stop singing, and although you can't see them, you know that from inside the hedges they must be able to see you. As you run your hand along the hedge, feeling the twigs of the hedge, the leaves, how cool they are despite the warm sun overhead. The faintest wispy clouds in the sky. And then towards the end of this path, it comes out on what almost looks like a rickety, old, weathered and worn station that seems like it stood still in time for decades. And you head up onto the station, and you can smell the wood of the station. As the only person stood on the platform, the silence while waiting for the train, gazing up the track and down the track. Then you see the train approaching. That faint, low clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack of the train on the track, way off in the distance. Pulsating puffs of smoke rising from the train as it approaches. The sound of the engine of the train becoming audible. And then the train arriving at the platform, pulling into that station, slowing down. The old-fashioned steam train with the most beautiful rustic carriages. And you walk along the side of the train as it lets out some steam. And then you hear a slight clicking coming from the train as it idles. You walk to one of the carriages. You grasp the handle, which is like a figure of 8. 2 fingers one side and 2 fingers on the other side of that brass handle. You twist the handle, swing that door gently open, ascend 2 steps, and can immediately smell the inside of this carriage. And you're in a private compartment in the carriage. You close the door behind you with a clunk clunk as it closes. You pull down the window in the door so that it lets some air flow in as the train moves. And you sit down on the old train seats. And in this carriage there's curtains hanging up over the windows by the door. The door has a pull-down window that half opens. The seats are 2 long cushions facing each other with a comfortable backrest, enough room for 6 passengers, and some overhead space above the seats. And then opposite the entrance is a wall made of wood with a door which can slide open, that opens out into a corridor, and large rectangular windows line the far side of the corridor. And beside the door, on either side, are 2 large windows looking out into the corridor, with curtains up which can be drawn. And the chairs have a slight dusty, musty scent to them that seems almost nostalgic and pleasant. As the train pulls out of the station, it jolts slightly as it gets going. The shunting begins slowly at first, and gradually as it leaves the station, that shunting speeds up. As it increases in speed through the countryside, and the air blows so comfortably and pleasantly through the window, breathing in that fresh nature air as the train follows that track away from the station through meadows, different countryside, past quaint towns with small churches situated at the centre of those towns. And while travelling on this train, you take a book out of a bag and you sit, bobbing slightly to the movement of the train, hearing the clickety-clack of the train on the track, and absorb yourself in reading a book. And you enjoy this most pleasant, relaxed dream of going on an adventure on a train. And at some point during this journey on the train, the rocking and movement of the train seems to deepen the sense of wanting to fall asleep. And it rocks and moves. As you place the bookmark back in the book, you close the book and decide to close your eyes, just for a moment. As you find yourself then drifting and floating so peacefully asleep on this train. And while you fall asleep comfortably on the train, so you start to hear the sounds of morning birds, and you awaken feeling so refreshed and revitalized from your night's sleep. You leave the tent with a stretch and a deep breath of the fresh air, seeing the meadow gently dew-covered, cobwebs in the grass glistening under the morning light, faint mist undulating through the landscape like waves creeping up the shore of a beach. You have some breakfast before clearing everything away, ready to continue your journey into the woodland. And you work your way into that woodland, knowing your course, knowing where you're headed, navigating your way. And as you walk through this woodland, so you're aware how the sound has changed, how there are different animal sounds within the woodland, how your footsteps sound different as they now gently thud in a dull kind of way on the dirt within the woodland, and occasionally crunch over leaves and twigs. And the rustling of the leaves from the canopy overhead, seeming to be coming from all around you. And as you continue walking through this woodland, occasionally brushing past trees, feeling the sensation of the bark under your fingertips, the smell of the woodland, the mossy smell, the scent of sap on some of the trees, and the smell of the leaves. And while walking through the woodland, you're greeted by the most spectacular view as the woodland opens up a little. So the light increases slightly, and you see the most incredible carpet of bluebells, each one seeming to ring the most beautiful tune of peace and harmony. And you carefully navigate through this woodland, being careful to avoid stepping on the bluebells and sticking to paths mapped out by deer and other animals who've trodden this landscape thousands of times before. You pass through the bluebell woodland, and then the woodland begins to become more dense again. Canopy closing in, the woodland darkening a little more. But you start to hear this distant sound of rushing water, and after some time you exit the woodland at a slight clearing, and at the far side of this slight clearing is a cliff. Flowing down the face of the cliff is the most beautiful waterfall. Into a gentle pool of water that seems exceptionally still, apart from the spray at the foot of the waterfall. And you stop at this pool of water, at this hidden lake in the woodland. You know you're going to be ascending the side of this cliff alongside the waterfall, and so you decide to stop, take a look, work out the best route to take up the waterfall. And while you wait and look and relax, you see some small dancing lights flitting around the base of the waterfall, weaving behind the water, in front of the water, sometimes darting through the water. And with curiosity, you carefully walk around the pool of water to get closer to the cliff and that waterfall. And as you get closer, so you notice that those lights seem to have a slight humming sound to them, and that each one is a little waterfall fairy. And one of those waterfall fairies flies over towards you, hovering just a short distance in front of your face, slightly bobbing up and down as its wings fizz along behind it like a blur. And the fairy begins to talk to you and seems so happy and pleasant, so friendly, asking who you are and what you're doing in this area, where you're headed, and you explain about your mission, that you're in search of some magical crystals that will help you to carry out an ancient ritual, allowing you to build a deep connection with nature. And the fairy tells you the best way to get where you want to go isn't to climb up the cliff and continue your journey at the top of the cliff. It's to head through the waterfall. They explain there's a cave behind the waterfall, and that it's quicker to get to where you're going if you follow that cave. And they show you how to get behind the waterfall, and so you walk behind that waterfall, and the little fairy follows you and encourages you. And you see the cave, and you see that this cave is illuminated by green toadstools stretching sporadically down both sides of the cave. And you walk into the cave, hearing the thunderous sound behind you of the waterfall. And the further you walk along the cave, the calmer the waterfall sounds, the more distant that waterfall sounds. And you just notice the occasional dripping sound within the cave, and how peaceful this space feels. And you continue on through this cave, seeming to walk for hours and hours, feeling intrigued, sense of wonder and curiosity, until eventually you start to hear the sound of twinkling bells in front of you, and notice a slight blue glow. And as you approach and go round a corner, you see that there's a portal at the end of this cave, a blue, pulsating, glowing portal, a little bit like a mix between mist and water, pulsing like waves on a wall. And you walk towards that portal, and decide to walk through the portal. And as you walk through the portal, so everything temporarily fades and sparkles all at the same time, sending the most intense tingle through your body. Like when you get that excitement that can send shivers through you. And a moment later, you find yourself in a vast cavern, and at the far side of this cavern, you see some glowing pink crystals, growing out of the far wall. And you head over to those crystals. You see that some of the pink crystals have already snapped off and are lying on the ground. And you realize these are the crystals you need for your ancient ritual. And so you just pick up the ones which are lying on the ground. You then go to the middle of this chamber. And out of your backpack, you take out an ancient book. You turn those ancient pages to the relevant ritual. With a stone, you draw a circle in front of you. You then neaten up the inside of that circle and very slightly hollow the circle out so that it's slightly concave. You then stand the crystals in the center of that slightly concave circle. You take some water you have in a bottle, which was gathered at the pool before you entered the secret cave. You pour a little bit of that water into the concave circle, and the dirt in the center becomes slightly moist, and you can then push those crystals in just slightly, and the moist mud holds those crystals upright. And then you sprinkle some salt over the top and around the edge of the circle, and then refer to the words of this ancient ritual. You begin to recite those words while holding yourself in a focused, almost meditative state. And as you recite those words, so the crystals seem to glow even more and seem to pulse very slightly. And then it's almost like pink lightning seems to dance between the crystals. As those crystals pulse and light up, almost as if light is pulsing from the base of the crystals towards the top of the crystals. And then an orb begins to form around those crystals, broadening out to encompass that concave circle. And then as you continue with the ritual, so the pulsing pink light broadens out to encompass you, bringing a sense of warmth and pleasure through your body, a sense of serenity and peace. And then you begin to discover a feeling of connection, a feeling of oneness. And as you reach the end of the ritual, so the light seems to turn to a vapor, like being enveloped suddenly in a gas, a little bit like when you have a bubble with a cloud of gas within it. And when the bubble bursts, the gas just slowly dissipates. And as the gas begins to dissipate, so you find yourself breathing it in. And the more you breathe in this magical gas, the deeper the connection you find that you have with the world around you. And it's just an instinctive feeling. And as the gas dissipates, you find yourself just sitting there, quietly, in a quiet chamber. You know something within you has shifted. You now feel a deep connection with nature, and yet your experience hasn't yet shifted. And so you clear everything away, place those crystals back down where you found them. You have this deep sense that something has shifted, and yet you don't know quite what. And as you begin to walk back through that portal, and then back along that tunnel, you run your fingers along the cave wall where the fungus are illuminating this tunnel. And although you can barely see it with your naked eyes, touching the cave wall, you feel that connection with mycelial network, feeling the experience of the life of the fungus which spreads throughout this entire environment. Everything it's in contact with. And as you exit the cave, back to the waterfall, you find you have a deeper connection with those waterfall fairies. And the same fairy flies over again, tells you she can recognize you found what you were looking for, and says that to fully utilize this skill, head to the stone just over a little way around the side of this pool of water. Sit on that stone, cross your legs, close your eyes, and meditate for a little while, expanding your consciousness out to connect with the consciousness of all living things. And so you walk around the pool, you rest down on that stone, close your eyes, and relax deeper and deeper. And as you relax deeper and more profound, so you feel your consciousness spreading out from your body, connecting with the grass, with the waterfall, with the fairies, with the bees and the butterflies, with the birds, with the squirrels, with the rabbit, with the deer, with all living things, and then holding on to that connection, you slowly open your eyes and stand from the stone, still feeling and holding the connection, still feeling like a part of you is in that state you were just getting into, and the fairy speaks once again to acknowledge your skills, what you have achieved, and that to truly connect in this way, sometimes it's easy to get overwhelmed with life experiences. So it's just about bringing your attention back to the little things, holding your attention on that, so that you can hear this connection, that it's a faint connection, so it's all too easy to be drowned out if there's lots of other stuff going on in your mind, or lots of distractions. And so she advises to practice this multiple times so that you know how to hear that connection with all living things. And as you hold on to this and navigate your way back through nature, back to home, you see how long you can hold on to this state for. And occasionally you'll distract yourself, you'll be busy doing something else, and you'll lose the connection and need to tune in again to hear it. But you find it so deep and profound and comforting, and you head all the way home, where you sit down for a little while and reflect on your journey, on what you've learned, before heading to bed, relaxing down and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And while you begin your journey asleep, I'm going to tell a story based on my own experiences. Now, as an autistic individual, I have a deep love for nature and for animals, and for the fine detail of the world around us. And I often present this within my stories, sharing encounters with animals, enjoying time in nature. But have you ever wondered where it all began? Or going back to when I was a young child, I used to live in a small village called Camp, and this village was in the outskirts of a nearby town called Arundel on the south coast of England. And the home that I lived in sat atop a high hill in Camp. My bedroom window looked out towards the town of Arundel. And as I would sit in the bedroom, gazing out of my bedroom window, I could see the castle standing tall and proud in the distance in Arundel, the nearby cathedral, the bushy oak trees hugging the base of the castle and surrounding the outskirts of the town. And then, as you gaze from the castle down across the trees, gazing down the scene a little further, there's a river, Arun, glistening in the light as the water moves on its journey from source to sea. And gazing down a little further in the scene is a railway track, and I remember one day as a young child gazing out of the window when a steam train passed through, chugging past the cathedral and the castle. Its elegant brown and beige carriages, the distant sound of the chugging of the steam train, sight of the smoke puffing up out of that train, trailing the steam train as it moved, the whistle of the steam train as it approached Arundel train station, acknowledging that it was just passing through and wasn't going to stop. And as you scan down the scene, I could see hills and a few gardens of houses and more trees. And this, to me, was the most beautiful place to live, the most serene place, a place that even today I think of as home. As an autistic child, I struggled with sensory overwhelm, and so I would often gaze out of a window, looking at a view like this. Sometimes there would be birds of prey flying high, circling above the fields. If I looked through binoculars or a telescope, I could even see peregrines perched on turrets of the castle. And there was very little light around here, and so at night I would have the most incredible experiences of gazing through my telescope at the planets and at the moon. And one of the most awe-inspiring experiences that anybody can have, and that every parent should share with their child, is that first time you set up a telescope and you point that telescope at Jupiter or Saturn, and in the pitch dark you put your eye to the eyepiece, the gentle silence of nature around you. And through the eyepiece, all you can see is that planet and the moons And if you're looking at Saturn, its rings, and it is the most wonderful, awe-inspiring moment that sends a fuzzy feeling down through your body. That intense feeling of wonder. And I remember the first time I did this, looking through a telescope, gazing at Jupiter and its moons, and my entire field of vision was full of the planet and the moons. And I could make out the circle of the view through the telescope. And it felt like I was in a spacecraft in space, all absorbed in that view, as if looking through a window from that spaceship, approaching Jupiter, seeing those moons, seeing the planet, the incredibly gentle movement, becoming so absorbed in that experience of the inky black sky and the striking sight of the planet and its moons. That it absorbed me so much, I felt I could be floating in space on that ship, taking me away from the real world. From the stresses of the real world. And as a young child, that is such a profound experience. And one which stays with you and helps you to appreciate the scale of the universe, the amount of wonder which is out there. And living in morning camp, when it would snow, the hills and the fields around warning camp would become deep with snow. I remember one year seeing a white stag walking through the snow, and this stag was often rumoured to exist around warning camp. But I think there was only one, and so it was rarely spotted. And in that snow, my brothers and I would head outside. We would walk down to the end of our garden. We would climb the fence at the end of our garden into the fields, and the fields were on steep slopes, and we would drag sledges up to the top of the slopes. crunching through that snow. And we would sledge down the hill. The crackling, sliding of the sledge on the snow, skidding the sledge at the bottom to stop, before scrambling back up that hill to repeat the process again. And there's something deeply curious about when snow falls on a landscape like this. Often the snow would mean that cars couldn't travel on the road, and the village was so small. There was only the one road, and the snow would dull the sound, which would help to bring a deep sense of peace to my ears. I would just enjoy sitting outside, wrapped up warm, wearing mittens and a coat that does right up the front, higher than your chin, with a hood that pulls over, with a faux fur trim. And just sit there peering through my faux fur portal. The sensation of breathing in the cold air and then breathing it back out warm. Feeling so comfortable with the sounds around me, dulled by the covering of snow. And I'd often go walking through the snow. And while crunching through the snow, I would enjoy the way the light glistens and sparkles on the surface of the snow, where it's untouched, almost like the surface of the snow has been dusted with the dust of diamonds. And the way the snow would be slightly harder on top, like the snow has gained a crust, and each footstep would break the crust on the top of the snow, or crunching through that snow, often onto icy grass below. And then you'd have that sensation of the icy grass. Grass all frosted, crackling underfoot. Sometimes stopping to roll snowballs, to build a person out of snow, rolling it up, making that snowball larger and larger, adding a snowball on top, creating a face, using my hands to rub down the sides, and add some shape with some additional snow patted onto the sides. And walking through snowy woodland, and the silence within the woodland and that snow falling from the branches as you pushed past. Sometimes getting just a little bit of snow down the back of your neck, which melts quickly as it warms on your skin. And sometimes growing up in this environment, when I'd really be struggling with sensory overload, where everything just seemed too chaotic, where there was too much going on at home. As a young child, I would walk into the woods. I'd climb a tree, and I would attach myself to the tree with a belt system that I had. And while attached to the tree, I'd close my eyes, focus on my breathing, on calming my breathing, on deepening my breathing, on relaxing my muscles, and helping myself to have a sense of inner peace. And while resting there in the tree, I'd listen to the sounds around me. I would hear the rustling of the leaves above me, below me, and around me from the other trees, as the wind gently blows a breeze. I would feel the sensation of the bark against my back, and underneath me, the coolness of the branches, the scent of the trees, the feeling of the bark under my fingertips. And with my eyes closed, I would listen out for one specific bird. And often there'd be a few birds singing, but I would single one bird out, and I'd begin to focus on that bird. I'd focus on where in space I think that bird is, whether the bird is in front of me, behind me, round the left side or the right side, whether the bird is higher than me or lower than me. I'd have a sense of what that bird might look like singing where it is. Do I imagine it standing on a small branch, perhaps with some leaves around that branch? Maybe a branch that's bobbing up and down in the breeze. Does it seem like its singing is wavering ever so slightly to hint that it's on an undulating branch? Or is it singing steady, like it's on firmer footing? And I didn't know at the time, just as a young child trying to cope with some of the challenges of being autistic, that I was learning meditation. I had never at this point heard of meditation. So I didn't realize that this was meditation. To me, it was just me trying to cope, me finding a solution for calming myself down, managing anxiety. Not that I knew that word at the time. Managing sensory overload. Learning to focus my attention on one thing at a time. So that I'm not focusing on anything else. So that I can relax. I'd head down from the tree and I'd walk in a mindful way through the woodland. Through an assortment of trees. From oak trees to pine trees. And I'd walk mindfully, paying attention to every step that I take, to the feeling of the ground underneath each step, the sound that each step makes as my foot strikes the ground, and altering my walking to calm each step, so that as much as possible I would almost glide through the woodland, teaching myself to move as quietly as possible, because I enjoyed seeing nature. I enjoyed, as I still do, seeing the unseen. And animals have a tendency to freeze or disappear when humans are near. And so I wouldn't want to disturb them. I would walk slowly, almost silently, in a rhythmic, floating way. And I'd breathe slow and calm and quiet. I'd have my body loose and limp and relaxed. The sound of the rustling leaves of the woodland would be much louder than any noise that I'm making while walking through the woodland. I was learning to manage my mind and body, and there were no lessons teaching this, no guidance from grown-ups. I was just going out and doing what helped me feel better, and making my own learning and discoveries. And I would stop, because my vision seemed to be able to pick out things that people don't see. An owl, way off in the distance, through the trees. Just a slight glimpse of a pattern of an owl. An eye. A slight side of a head. Crisscrossed with branches and leaves, undulating gently in the breeze. I recognize that tiny glimpse, the partial sight of an owl, and know to stop and observe. And I feel like the owl is looking back at me. And so I hold my position and my breath for a moment as I calm myself down. And notice how soft the owl's feathers look. How focused that owl looks. Being still in the woodland. I notice a grazing deer. Just a young deer. Looks like it's quite newly born. And then hear the slight crackling as other deer come into sight, and see there's a family of deer grazing in the woodland. Completely unaware of my presence, unfazed by me being there. Because I just blend into the background. A skill over the years I feel I've developed. That ability to be just in the background, blending in. Placing importance on something other than myself. Being in woodland would bring me such a deep sense of peace and calm, would help me to focus, help me to manage the world around me and the chaos within the world. And as I've grown up, I've held on to this learning and continued to develop this learning. And in morning camp, when you walk through an area of the woods, you're surrounded by just trees. You can't really see anything but the trees. You're surrounded by the rustling sound of the trees as the wind blows through the canopy. But then, after a short walk, you reach a gate, and when you pass through that gate, the landscape opens up into a large valley with hills either side. There's woodland and fields atop the hills, some woodland up the side of some of the hills, and trees dotted up the hills. The view is of the grass blowing in the breeze. And you can see the wave of the breeze as it moves and undulates that grass. There are often cows grazing in the valley. There's often a multitude of different birds, including birds of prey flying and circling high overhead. And at the right time of year, you can walk through this valley and ascend to some more woodland at the top of the valley. And as a child, I used to gallop on the most beautiful white horse called Snowy. We used to enter the woodland, ride through that woodland, come out in the valley, and then gallop through the valley, following a route to the top. And my mum, who used to teach people how to ride horses, was always surprised at my innate natural ability to seem to get on with different animals, to understand them significantly better than I can understand people, and to be able to get on to horses bareback, even those that she hadn't even broken in yet. They would come over to me. I'd perhaps be sat on a fence watching Mum breaking a horse in, and then it would come over to that fence. It would come alongside me. I would pet it. I would touch the side of its neck in a certain kind of way that helped me to feel a deep connection with the horse. And then the horse would seem to acknowledge to me that it was comfortable with me climbing on its back. It would move into the position for me to climb on its back. I would gently climb onto the horse's back, give it the most careful and firm nudge in the sides. Using the pressure of one leg or another to indicate to it which direction to go. It would move away from the side. It would walk around the field. Give it a little more nudge, it would trot. A little bit more and it would canter. Change the pressure on the horse, and it would slow and take me back to that fence and pull up at the fence where I would dismount, thank the horse for being so kind, allowing me to ride on its back, before it would continue on, with Mum's training breaking it in. And once getting to the top of the valley, at the right time of year, The woodland is some of the most incredible woodland. And you can smell this woodland before you arrive. The scent of bluebells that carpet this woodland. The striking colour of the bluebells against the brown trunks of the trees, in the shade of the canopy arching overhead. And you'd walk into that woodland and see that blanket of bluey purple bluebells, so delicate, carpeting the floor of this area of the woodland. The sight of deer among the bluebells, of squirrels, the occasional butterfly and bees, and birds in the trees, and the sounds of the songbirds echoing through this area of woodland, and that waft from those bluebells, that scent, relaxing you, calming you. And I would take a camping chair with me. I'd set up that camping chair in the middle of these bluebell woods. I'd rest back on that chair, close my eyes, and allow myself to be drawn away and absorbed in the experience of this moment, feeling myself relaxing deeper and deeper with the sound of the rustling leaves overhead. At other times I would take photographs of the bluebells that only appear for a very short period of time. And it was important to me then, as it is now, to take these moments to be out in nature, to help me relax, to help me continue to learn how to manage sensory overwhelm, to learn how to manage emotional overwhelm, whether it's anger or anxiety, whether it's panic or some other emotion, where I just need to be able to calm myself. And as a child, I used to build dens in the woods. There was a storm in the 1980s, and many trees in the woodland fell down. Suddenly, my view of the castle in Arundel transformed. Many of the trees that were on the hills underneath the castle toppled in the storm, and so more of the castle could be seen. Many trees in the woodland toppled, but those toppled trees are great for children. Large holes were left where the tree once stood. And so, as a young child, I would gather up branches, and I would place the branches from the uprooted base of the tree diagonally down to the far side of the crater left by the fallen tree. Then cover those branches in leaves and create a roof for a den, and then cover all that in mud and use some branches on the inside into the ground to hold that up a little more securely, and then would dig out the hole a little bit more and begin to shape it some more so that it's no longer just a natural hole, but it has seats. And it becomes a den to hide in, somewhere the sound is muted, somewhere the light is dimmed. A location out of any breeze, a place to go whenever it rains, a place I would sometimes go and rest and sleep and daydream. Other times, being in a woodland full of trees, I would build tree houses and different tree camps and link these together with rope bridges among the trees so that you can travel from one tree to the next without having to go down to the ground. And these would be great places to come to find peace and solitude, a deep sense of calm, relaxation. And this love for nature, the power nature has over me, the wonder I find with nature and the natural world and animals, continues on into my adulthood. It continues on into the kinds of stories that I tell and the way that I use nature in my stories to educate, to teach about overcoming anxiety, learning to focus attention, reducing discomfort, and many other therapeutic benefits. Because I believe in the power of nature to heal, and believe in having a connection with the natural world around me to bring a sense of peace and calm. And so I wanted to create a story that shares my story with you. That will help you to deeper understand why my stories are the way they are. Perhaps better understanding me as a storyteller, creator, and therapist. And I remember times when I used to set up tents in the woods, and I would camp and enjoy resting in the tent, in the doorway to the tent, feeling the warmth of the most comfortable, crackling campfire. Smelling some jacket potatoes which have been cooked with the campfire and other food, enjoying that food, and the campfire burning down to embers, seeing the beauty, the majesty of the night sky overhead. And then settling down into the tent and drifting and floating peacefully asleep into slumberland. And as you relax, you find that you're sitting in a park and you're playing chess against a stranger. And while you're sat there playing chess against the stranger, so you can hear the sounds of birds in this park. You can hear the sounds of people walking around, holding conversations, children playing. You're aware of the sounds of dogs occasionally barking in the distance as owners throw balls for them. And where you're sitting is just in the shade, but you can notice how beautiful the sunlit environment is beyond the shade. And then it's your turn, and so you study the chessboard with a deep sense of meaning before deciding which piece to move, and the feel of picking up that piece, the weight of that chess piece, the texture of that chess piece between your fingertips, the way it moves, and the way the weight distributes as you maneuver that from one point on the board to another. And then the sound of placing that down on the relevant square before sitting back and looking over at the opponent, who gives an approving reaction to the move that you took before thinking about the move they're going to take. And as this game of chess with this stranger continues, you feel that this just helps absorb you in the moment, absorbing you in enjoying the peace of relaxing in a park, of not thinking about the past or the future, but just being present in the here and now. And as time ticks by slowly, you continue playing that game, the world moving past around you, the shadows gradually creeping across the ground as the sun dances across the sky. Until eventually you reach the end of that game of chess. Shake the hand of the stranger you've been playing. You say your goodbyes, and you begin your journey home. And as you walk through this park, on your way home, you stop off at a bakery that sells homemade baked goods, and you can smell that bakery as you approach. And the smell is part of the reason you're slowing down and stopping to grab something from that bakery. You open the door as it trings on a bell, feeling the weight of that door as it swings open and as you close it behind you. Before then, having a greater sense of the smells around you from the different produce, the sounds of a couple of customers murmuring in the background, and you look at the different baked goods and you decide on something to purchase to take home with you. And you make that purchase, and the server serves you with a smile and greets you, and then offers you best wishes as you leave. And you leave that bakery and continue your journey, continuing to walk on the way home. And as you continue walking home, you think about which route to take. And in your mind's eye, you kind of imagine it like a vast web of different routes, of different possibilities, each one arriving at the destination, but each one potentially shaping your future in a very different way. As you walk down the first road, you can have options of what route to take or which roads to turn off of. But if you take a different first road, you'll be presented with different second roads to turn down. And the same if you take a different first road again and again. You're aware that at this point in your journey, there are 4 or 5 different routes which you can take. And within each of those routes are possibilities which will take around the same length of time. And this is what gets you thinking, that among these different routes, there are possibilities taking the same time home. So how do you decide which route to take when you can take any of these 4 or 5 routes and follow the fastest possibilities, and you'll arrive home at the same kind of time regardless of the route? And yet each possibility opens up new ways of experiencing the future. You don't know how the future is different depending on the route you take. Maybe there's a road that you cross, that with one route you would cross it 2 minutes earlier than with another route, maybe 2 minutes later than another route, maybe 1 minute different than another route. And so how do you decide which route to take? And each of those different routes, you'd cross that specific road at a subtly different time. What if 1 minute you go to cross the road and you bump into a friend you haven't seen for years, and you arrange to perhaps catch up and have a coffee? And in doing so, you've made a change to your future. Maybe another route, at another time, you reach that road and cross that road perfectly fine. You don't bump into anyone. And you get home and nothing has changed. Maybe there are 2 or 3 routes where that's the case, where you get home at about the same time. And so any of those routes, if nothing eventful happens on the way, would mean that once you're home, any divergence which could have happened comes back to this focal point where they all have this same spot at this same point of arriving home. But then other times, maybe, you bump into someone and it forms a friendship. You bump into someone and they annoy you in some way. Maybe you happen to find some money on the pavement or a wallet that sends you on a different adventure. Maybe you help someone on the way home. And you're thinking of how there are so many different possibilities. And it could be that one of these possibilities is sitting there waiting for you to discover. And you would never know it if you took a different route. You would never know that on the same day, at the same time, had you taken a slightly different route, even one that would take exactly the same duration of time to get home, you may well have created a different future. And you find this fascinating, and you think about how you normally don't really pay any attention to the route that you take home. You're aware of these different routes, you're aware of which ones take about the same duration of time to get home. You're aware that sometimes you like to vary the route. For example, maybe sometimes you take a route that takes you down a tree-lined street that at a certain time of year is just the most beautiful sight to behold. Maybe at other times of the year you like to take a route that takes you down a street of houses with nice front gardens, with the most beautiful flowers, and the different scents that you can smell as you walk down that street. Maybe another time of year you take a route because there are some homes on a street which really go all out with Halloween decorations or Christmas decorations, and you quite like to see those. Maybe sometimes you take a different route because you know that at a certain time there's going to be works down a street, or a street's going to be busy, or perhaps there's going to be rubbish collection down certain streets, and you'd rather perhaps walk on a quieter route. And so you know that almost instinctively at certain times you'll take some of these different routes But generally, you don't really give it that much thought. You just instinctively follow the same route home, even though you know it's no quicker or slower than some of the alternatives. And you find this very curious, that by living life from a place of habit, living life from a place of automaticity, you miss out on potential futures. And so today you decide to take a different route. Start off down the same usual first street and the same usual second street. But down that second street you decide to walk past the turning you would ordinarily take and take a different turning. And so you take a few different turnings on your way home. And you find as you're walking that these streets are nice and quiet and peaceful. The only real sound is the sound of the birds and the sound of your footsteps while you walk. And by taking a route that's slightly less travelled than usual for you, you find yourself looking around a lot more, really taking in your environment, absorbing yourself in that environment. Whereas when you just walk the same as you've always walked, you almost become blind to your environment, because it's the same old, nothing's changing. But taking a different route stimulates your mind so much more. And you just enjoy that walking in silence, walking through the silence, just those footsteps cutting gently through that silence with a dull thud, step after step. And you notice as you continue to walk that down one road is a small park surrounded by a few houses. And really it's no more than a public garden. And you feel that you've never really been this route. And it's been years since you've passed this park, even though you live very close. You don't really have any reason to go here, but as you pass, you decide now's a good time to stop, to open the gate, enter this park. And this park has large oak trees, rustling in the breeze, squirrels running up and around those trunks of the trees, chasing each other and jumping after each other from branch to branch, from tree to tree. And there are large, almost unkept looking bushes, which look like they probably get tended to just a couple of times a year. And so they grow out, and they look unkempt quite quick. And so you head into this park, closing that gate behind you. You begin to follow the mud path around this park, and there are some benches lining the mud path, and the mud seems to have the thinnest layer of gravel on top, just to try to stop it being quite so muddy. And fortunately, it hasn't rained in some time, and so as you walk, there's a slight grinding sound of the gravel, mixed with the dull thud of the footsteps on the dry mud. And yet you're walking gently and calmly. And you head to a bench which is near an oak tree. You settle down on that bench and rest back on the bench just to take some time to watch the world go by in this park. And the sun is beginning to set, but it's not too late. It's just early evening. And you listen to the rustling of the leaves around you. You hear some birds in the bushes singing songs to each other, seeing the occasional bird flit into the bush, hearing a slight rustling as it moves around in the bush, and then flit out of the bush. An inquisitive squirrel descends the trunk of a tree, climbing down head first, and scampers along the ground, standing with its front paws curled up in front of its chest, keeping a beady, close eye on you with curiosity, perhaps wondering whether you have any food for it. And as you gaze over towards that squirrel, so it stops momentarily and looks around as if to look away. And then as you look away yourself, you see out the corner of your eye that it now moves a little closer, and it gradually gains confidence that you're not any kind of a threat to it. And it comes up quite close to you, just a short few steps away from the side of your leg. And you look back at it, its tail flicking and twitching behind it. It tilts its head and it looks at you in a kind of jerky way, before scampering off again, bounding almost like jumps of waves back towards the tree, and then ascending that tree again. And as you rest here in this park, you close your eyes as you rest back on that bench to focus better on the sound of the rustling leaves, the sensation of the breeze on your cheeks, the feeling of breathing in that air, and just breathing away any stress or tension. And after a while, you begin to notice that it's starting to get a little chillier, and that you should be continuing your journey home. And so you stand up from the bench, you head back out of this park, and you continue walking along the road, walking home. And eventually, on arriving home, you settle down in a chair and you rest for a while in the peace of your home. and the comfort of the chair. And you're still thinking about possibilities, about how possibilities play out. Curious about what changes may occur, what life you're currently on, based on the decisions you'd made to take those different roads, to sit in that park, to observe the squirrel, to take this route home instead. Even though you're currently home, and on the surface it feels like many of the different routes that you could have taken would have led to this moment of you sitting at home. The thoughts you're having are entirely based on the experience you've had, and you don't know how those thoughts you're having may shape the future. And then, as night falls, you settle down in bed. And as you settle down in bed, and close your eyes and begin to drift asleep, so you begin to dream. You dream about walking through a fantasy land. You dream about being presented with a fork in the road, and about making a decision on which path to take. And then arriving at a crooked-looking house, knocking on the door, being invited in by a green fairy, and inside this crooked house is a crooked bookshelf. And the green fairy notices you notice the crooked bookshelf, and gestures for you to go over to the bookshelf and take a look. And so you head over to the bookshelf, and you see the glowing emerald book on that bookshelf that catches your eye. And you take that book from the bookshelf, and you begin to read through that emerald book. And it talks about a cat that lives in a barn. And this cat that lives in a barn goes out exploring its land every day. And when it enters dark locations, it navigates using its whiskers gently touching the sides, the ground, sending signals to the cat of where it is in relation to other things around it. And the cat explores the barn. The cat explores a farm. The cat creeps through a field of corn, with the corn towering high over its head, that to the cat is like pushing through a bamboo forest. It has to navigate using touch and sound and the different smells around. And the cat begins to head towards a beacon, a pulsing sound in the distance. And the cat comes out of that corn, finds itself walking through the most comfortable grass meadow, ascending some hills, heading towards that pulsing beacon sound. Heading into and through a vineyard, and continuing to walk, now so far away from that farm and from that barn. Until eventually, mixed with that pulsing sound of that beacon, the cat begins to hear the sound of the sea. Of the waves of the ocean crashing against the base of a cliff. And sitting at the top of the cliff is a wise sage. They have a fire in front of them. They appear to be so relaxed, just sitting here at the top of this cliff. And the cat approaches them. And the sage asks, "Freckles," as the cat is known to the sage, for its gingery spots around its face, in its fur. "What brings you here, so far from the barn?" And Freckles looks in the direction of the sound of the beacon. And the wise sage picks up on the body language of Freckles and understands. "Ah, you're here, in search of that sound, curious what it is and where it's come from. Well, you'll never make it to the sound because it's actually coming from out over the ocean." And Freckles understands what this wise sage is saying. And they look out from the top of the cliff over the ocean, curious where over there the sound is coming from. And the wise sage says to Freckles that they can help them to find out where that sound is coming from. And then they tilt their head up towards the sky. And they let out a loud squawk that sounds like an eagle. And moments later, an eagle flies down and lands on a log near to the sage. And the sage performs a ritual, gestures their hand around the eagle's head and around the cat's head. And the sage says the two of you will now be connected, and then tells the eagle to fly to the sound of the beacon. And with that, the eagle launches into the air, flaps its powerful wings, and soars off the cliff, spreading those wings, dropping for a bit, before being caught in the air and rising, ascending higher and higher, spiraling around, and then heads in the direction of that sound. And while the eagle's doing this, Freckles is taken aback a little, and they realize that what they can see with their eyes is what the eagle is seeing, as if seeing in a virtual reality headset. And the sage says, just sit calm, be motionless, and let your eyes observe. And so Freckles rests down, feeling the gentle warmth from the fire, gently tickling their fur, feeling so deeply calm and relaxed. And after a little while of that eagle exploring and flying in the direction of the beacon, it spies a small island off the shore. And on that small island is what looks like a lighthouse. Except this lighthouse doesn't have a light on, but it still looks like a lighthouse. It's a tall-looking tower, very sturdily built. But from the top is a tiny red light flashing gently, and a strong sound of that beacon, that low frequency pulse. And so the eagle swoops down to investigate, spiraling down around the structure as it descends. And near the base it can see some people stood outside of that building. And it looks like something's happened here. And the people don't seem too concerned, they just stood around. And then all of a sudden, as the eagle begins to fly away from this location, there's a pulse of electric blue light that expands out from within the structure, spreads across the ocean, spreads past the eagle, reaching the shore, pulsing across the land. And the other side of that pulse, reality seems different somehow. And the eagle flies back to that wise sage. The sage ends the connection between the eagle and the cat, and is now stood up, curious what's just happened and aware something is very different here in the land. And the sage descends the cliff, and gets into a small boat and seems intent on reaching that island, with a deep feeling that something's happened and that they may be able to help in some way. And they row on that small boat across the slightly rough water with a matter of urgency. Eventually reaching that island, realizing this island is a military island, mooring their boat up and walking across the island towards the structure, seeing all those people, now a bit more frantic than they were before. And from time to time, noticing just glimmers or flashes, as if there's a different reality, like a fracture between the two. And they ask one of the people what happened here, and the person's surprised, saying, "You shouldn't be on this island. Where have you come from?" And they say that that's not important right now. They can ask questions later. What's important is fixing whatever's happened. And the person says that this location is actually a vast dish, the tip of what looks like a lighthouse is the receiving tip of the dish, and under the ground is the vast dish in this location. And they just turned it on for the first time, and it let out a pulse of energy, and it's energy at a frequency that can pass through matter. And it focuses with the tip as energy beams back. And unexpected to them, rather than measuring some properties of the universe, it seemed to disrupt the fabric of the universe in this location. And it turns out that there are multiple universes overlaid on top of each other. Just a thin fabric slice of universe apart. And so now they need to stop the dish and repair the damage. And that's what they're trying to work on. And they manage to stop the dish and turn off its power, and yet there are still these cracks in the universe, these glimmers of an alternative universe, seeping into and out of existence. And so the sage ascends to the peak of this structure, sits at the focal point of the structure, channels the energy within him, and beams that down and uses the dish to focus and amplify his energy. And with a large pulse, his energy spreads out, almost glossing over and cementing and repairing the rip in space and time. And then he claps his hands together, almost like the sound of a thunder crack, as he sends another pulse of energy out. And he does this 2 or 3 more times, until the damage seems to be repaired. And the people working here want to know who he is, and they try to stop him as he navigates through them with the intention of just leaving the island. And because they're persistent trying to stop him leaving, he turns and casts a spell on them, momentarily creating confusion within them and a selective amnesia, where they'll selectively erase memory of him from their minds, and in its place, through conversations trying to understand what went on here, as a group they'll form a new memory, like a group memory, and this false memory will fill in the gaps of what they think really happened here. And so, with them experiencing that confusion, he finds his way back to the boat and rows away from the shore, back across the water, back to the mainland, where he ascends that cliff again. The cat is still waiting, the eagle long gone. And he sits down as if nothing at all had happened, and continues to relax by the fire, as the cat, now not hearing that beacon, returns back the way it came, back to its farm, back to its barn. As you find yourself drifting, thinking about webs of reality, the choices we make and the paths we follow, and the alternative paths that are closed to us once we've made a decision, and the opportunities to follow different paths. And thinking about that, you drift from the experience into a deeper, more profound sleep, a deep and recuperative sleep, drifting, floating so deeply and peacefully into slumberland. And as you relax into this story, you can have a sense of travelling on a train, and it's an elaborate train. You're in the most beautiful carriage, and in this carriage You can hear the clickety-clack of the train on the track. You can see nighttime outside, and in the carriage is just dimly lit with ornate old-fashioned lights. Some of the people in the carriage have the velvet curtains drawn over the windows. There's a gentle rock to the carriage as it clickety-clacks across the track. Not travelling too quick, not travelling too slow. There's a gentle murmur from others in this carriage as they talk with each other, engaging in their conversations. And outside, nighttime has set in. And so, as you travel on this ornate, beautiful train, a train very reminiscent of the Orient Express, or another similarly elaborate train, you can see the beauty of the moon down near the horizon, hanging so large, seeming to hover almost stationary on the horizon. You can see the fast-moving shadows of foliage near to the train, passing across in front of the moon. And really having a sense of the difference between the fast-moving foreground and the slow-moving distance of the moon. And as you gaze out at the moon, its light shining so bright, making it difficult to see many stars, just a couple of pinpricks in the sky. And as you watch that moon, you're aware of some wispy clouds, likely high up clouds. And as some of those clouds drift across the face of the moon, so you notice the ring of faint colour and light surrounding that moon. And you're making this route on this train to head to a magical location in a very snowy location. And as you're gazing out the window in the direction of that moon, the train continuing to click-clack across the track, the train enters a tunnel. Suddenly, outside of the train is just darkness and a slight whooshing sound and an echoing sound of the train in the tunnel. Occasionally the train sounding its horn, as if perhaps passing certain markers in this tunnel. And after what seems quite a journey through the tunnel, Suddenly the sound changes again as you swing out and exit that tunnel, and you know the location that you're at. You know that having entered that tunnel, you're swinging around the outside of the mountains, although you can't see them. The view in the direction of the mountains is too dark to see, with a tall mountain face alongside the train track. And then as you continue the journey, a member of train crew calls everyone through to say that food will be served soon in the dining car. And so you join the people as they leave your carriage, heading through the train down to the dining car. You settle down at your table in the dining car, food being served and drinks, the murmur of people in the background, the clinking of china and cutlery on plates, the gentle occasional laughter from pockets of people. As you enjoy the food and the aromas of the food wafting through this car. As this journey continues, and after enjoying your dinner, you find your way back to your seat. You sit down feeling fulfilled and relaxed, letting your food settle as the evening continues to set in. And others find their way back to the carriage. And the murmur of people is quieter now, as people are allowing their food to go down, and some people have gone to settle down for the night already. And after a while, you decide it's time for you to go and settle down. So you head through to the sleeper coach that you're in. You find your room, having to walk down a small corridor with the windows on one side, still seeing that moon gradually now moving lower beyond the horizon, seeing the shape of the distant shadows in front of the base of the moon, the nearby scenery, occluding the moon, in bursts as trees pass, and gradually more stars being visible when you look up high into the night sky, and still the occasional wispy clouds, almost imperceptible other than as they get illuminated while crossing the moon's glow. And finding your room, you open the door and head in to your room, closing that door behind you, and it's a small little cabin with a narrow bed. You close the curtains in the room, Prepare yourself for bed and settle down in the bed. You take a small, old book from your suitcase. You have a reading light turned on above the bed and turn the main room light off. You plump up the pillow behind you and rest back and begin to read. And you're reading about your destination. It won't be the destination of the train, but it's where you're heading. The train will be pulling in at a station that you'll disembark at. You'll go to a hotel. You'll check into the hotel. You'll rest for the night in the hotel so that you're fresh for the next day. And then you'll be making your journey to the destination. The destination itself is deep in the snowy forests, in the shadow of the mountains, in an area untrodden by humans for hundreds of years. And you're reading this book about that location. And this book is a diary of an explorer from the 1700s who had travelled to this destination and written the diary about what they found there. And as far as you're aware, this was the only copy of this book ever to exist. And so you read about their trek into the forests, through the snow, how they navigated the terrain and their route to find what they were looking for. And the evidence for this location that they used has been lost to time. And you only found out about this diary through a couple of news clippings that you discovered that alluded to this journey that this person had been on. And in one of the news clippings, the person spoke of keeping their diary and writing down their experiences. And it was only a single sentence in a news clipping, but it was enough for you to begin to search to find this diary, and to now be here following in their footsteps, hoping to find what it was that they found. And after a while of reading, you place that book beside you, turn off the reading light, and settle down to sleep, almost feeling like you're being rocked to sleep by the train as it goes clickety-clack on the tracks. The gentle rhythmic sounds of the train on the tracks, lulling you deeper and deeper into the most peaceful sleep. And the next morning, you awaken to the glow of the light leaning on the curtains to the cabin, the continual background sound of the train on the tracks, the ever-present rocking movement of the train. You get up from bed, dress yourself, feel so refreshed and revitalized, more refreshed and revitalized than you expected for sleeping in such a cramped bed. But something about the rocking of the train feels almost like a childhood embrace. Feels somehow almost nurturing and relaxing. And you leave the cabin. You head to breakfast. You eat the breakfast and can see daylight outside the windows. The glistening white snow. The snow-covered trees. As if a dusting has been poured over the landscape. And interspersed into that dusting of snow are millions of tiny diamonds reflecting the sun's light. And you sit for half a day watching the world go by from the train, until eventually you arrive at your destination, pulling in to a very tiny train station that could barely be called a train station, having to disembark by climbing down some steps, down onto the ground, with no real platform, and what looks like almost just a shed as a train station. And you walk past that shed-like train station. You hear the steam train at the front of the train, releasing some steam. You see people working around the steam train, refilling the coal, refilling water, and different people disembarking from different carriages with their suitcases, some families, some individuals, looking around as they disembark, taking in this most beautiful landscape, feeling that cool freshness against your cheeks, seeing your breath each time you breathe out, creating a cloud before you. And you head from this train station down towards a road, which is more like a dirt track covered in snow that has been partially worn by vehicles. And you walk along that track the slight crunching of your feet on the snow on the track. Heading towards the small-looking village a little way down the road. And after some time, you find your way to that village. You wander through the village, seeing the small homes and businesses, the signs for the businesses, and you recognize one business looks larger than the others, looks more hotel-like. And as you near that, you see the name of the hotel you're looking for. You head into that hotel, go to the desk, to the smiling person, say your name. You're here to check in. When they check you in, they ask some basic questions about where you came from, how long you took to get there, whether you've had a comfortable journey. And you smile and respond. And then they hand you a key. It's a very old-fashioned looking key. And you take that key and you follow the directions you were given, up some creaky stairs to a floor, along the creaky floorboards to a room. You put the key into the keyhole. You begin to twist that key, almost feeling it, opening that lock with some level of weight. As it clicks open, you walk into the room and smell the freshness of this room and see the view from the window. Admiring the beauty of the landscape, admiring the size and the softness of the bed compared to what you've had to sleep on to this point. Sitting on the end of the bed for a moment, taking a few comfortable breaths before lying back, gazing at the ceiling for a second or two, then sitting back up again, sorting yourself out, checking out the room, looking at the bathroom, looking in the different cupboards, just generally being nosy to see what this place is like, where you're staying. And you rest back on that bed for a little while, noticing the silence. You've had days of listening to click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And now you're here on a comfortable bed with just silence around you. And you think to yourself, the silence almost sounds deafening, which is an unusual thought to have about silence. But it's such a stark difference from the sound of spending days on a moving train. And after a while, you head downstairs, you explore a bit more of the hotel, you head out and explore a bit more of this town, of this small village. You see people milling around, but only in small numbers. You see a couple of bars, a few restaurants. But it's not a particularly large place. You find somewhere to eat, and as you're eating, there's some live music playing here, and a girl dancing on a dance floor area in front of that live band, just allowing herself to be absorbed in the experience of dancing, being lost in that experience, dancing with freedom, without any cares, just a dance of self-expression. And then after you've eaten, enjoyed listening for a while to that live music, you head back to the hotel, back up to the room where you head to bed and settle down for the night, with the plan that tomorrow you'll gather your stuff together, ready for your hike into the nearby forest, following the footsteps laid out in the diary. And you drift and float into the most pleasant, comfortable sleep, enjoying that deep sense of calm and relaxation. And the most pleasant dreams. The next morning, awakening, heading down for breakfast, before heading back up to your room, preparing for your hike, making sure you've got everything you could possibly need. And then while it's still early, you set off in the direction of the dense forest, setting off in the direction of the mountains. And you walk into that forest, having to push through the thick snow to get into the forest, but the snow thins as you head into that dense forest, as the snow rests on the top of the canopies of the trees, with very little of that snow finding its way to the forest floor, just some patches of more dense snow, where it's fallen through branches, perhaps overweighed some branches, or where there are some clearings within the forest. And the forest is deeply peaceful. The snowy and wooded landscape seeming to almost dull sound that passes through here. And you can feel the sensation of the bark under your fingertips as you push past trees. You can smell the pine smell in the forest, and feel the cool chill on your cheeks, and hear the sound of each footstep that you take. And you're not entirely sure what you'll discover. All you know is that the adventurer found what they described as a source of deep knowledge and wisdom, and they were reluctant to explain any more. And even in their diary, they say they found it, but they just say that it's indescribable. No one would believe them. And so, in case anyone found the diary, they didn't want to record what they'd found. Just that they had found it. And so you continue following that diary, following the route that was taken. Curious within yourself about what it is that you'll discover when you get there. And after quite some time of walking, where you're significantly warmer than the environment would have you believe you should be, you decide it's time to rest. And you can tell, although you can't see the sky, that the light levels have dimmed, and so night is probably setting in. And you didn't plan on spending every night at the hotel, although you checked in for a series of nights. You brought with you some camping gear and are well prepared for this journey. And so with night setting in, you set up camp and a campfire, which crackles gently to life and brings the pleasant relief of warmth to your cheeks. And the dancing light and shadows to this forest, the shadows of the trees leaping and dancing around in the distance. The occasional sounds of different forest animals which have awoken at night. And their sounds also dulled by the forest. And after having something to eat, you relax back into your tent. You zip up the tent and settle down. And the fire had burned down to embers and was barely a glow outside the tent. As you fall comfortably and relaxed asleep. And the next morning, you awaken and have something to eat before packing away, continuing your journey. And after many more hours of walking, you notice that although the landscape looks very flat with the snow that gently carpets the ground, like a little dusting across the ground, just a dusting of what has managed to break through the canopy overhead. You notice that just beneath that snow layer, the ground is actually becoming more uneven, and occasionally you step on bits which seem loose like rubble. And so you brush away at some of the ground, and you find that it is like rubble, that it seems to be the ruins of an ancient town or place that people lived out here that's been overgrown by the trees. And you know you're on the right track, and so you continue deeper and deeper into the forest. And after some time, the ground seems to be rising up gently, and then even more and more. And you realize this is what you've been searching for, that this forest has built up over the top of what it is you're looking for, that beneath this mound of trees and mud is a pyramid. And so you refer to the notes in the diary to find your way round to the entrance to the pyramid. Then you have to brush away some snow. But you find the entrance as it was left by the explorer, where they'd made it much easier to get into. And you head into this pyramid, finding that inside the pyramid it very quickly becomes strangely warm and comfortable. The air pressure seems to almost change, the atmosphere seems to almost shift. There's a slight echo to movements within this pyramid, as if the walls allow sound to reverberate far more than snow. And so you continue walking deeper and deeper into the pyramid until you find some steps, and you begin to descend those steps to a chamber underneath the pyramid. The pyramid giving off a warmth, a very comfortable temperature. And yet, the outside of the pyramid remains very cold. There's no sign of it influencing the snow and the forest above. And as you reach the chamber beneath the pyramid, you start to hear a slight hum. And you start to notice what looks like a large electric blue glowing orb in the middle of this chamber. And you walk towards that orb. And as you approach the orb, it's almost as if you can see yourself reflected back three-dimensionally within the orb. And you walk around the orb, looking from all angles. You take a walking stick from your backpack, extend that stick, and you poke it into the orb to see what will happen. before removing it from the orb, and then deciding to step through that orb, unsure where it'll lead you. And as you step through the orb, you find yourself in the most beautiful, lush, green forest, with the most comfortable temperature to the air. You can hear the sounds of singing birds, what sounds like perhaps distant monkeys, and other animals, like this is a lush, living environment, a very healthy ecosystem. And the sound of the rustling leaves as the wind blows a breeze. And you walk away from the orb and turn to face the orb, and you see that the orb is behind you, now reflecting this environment, still electric blue, but reflecting the dense greenery of this forest. And you can just make out a very slightly less overgrown part of this forest, as if there's a track which has started to overgrow, but is just about less overgrown than the rest of the forest. And so you begin to follow that track, curious where it'll take you, and you have nothing to go on from this point on. The diary didn't say anything about the orb. It mentioned finding something in a chamber, but it didn't say what or give any further details. And so you continue following this path and seem to be walking for hours before eventually hearing a distant stream and heading towards that distant stream, and finding yourself in a clearing, and you walk along the edge of that stream in this clearing through the most beautiful meadow with flowers of all colours, insects and animals looking like butterflies and bees, but also looking different in some way, flying from flower to flower. And you can see a dwelling in the distance, and it almost looks natural, like it's built into the landscape, almost like a hut built into the landscape, only larger. And you can see someone pottering around doing something outside that building. As you approach them, and as you get nearer, you notice that they look somehow different to what you would expect. They have the most beautiful features. They have pointy ears. They look incredibly athletic and tall. Their hair is golden and flowing. And as they gaze up at you, you notice their eyes are a piercing, enchanting blue. And their eyes, the iris of their eyes, seems to almost shimmer like pools of blue oil or liquid, as their eyes change focus, looking in different places, and they look so friendly and smiling, and they greet you, and you're surprised at being able to understand them, but you can't place their accent. It's almost as if they have no accent. And you explain how you've been following a diary, and you take that diary out, and they see the diary and they say, I remember when they visited here, and they invite you in, and you head into their home, into this dwelling. And they say that they're the guardian of the knowledge here in this land. And the explorer, the adventurer that you've been reading the diary of, had come here previously. And they make you a special kind of tea as you sit and talk. And after talking for a while, they say, would you like to see the knowledge too? And they take you through to an enormous library. And in this library there seems to be thousands of tiny fairies flitting and flying from shelf to shelf among all the documents. And they say these fairies work hard to maintain this knowledge, to constantly update the knowledge and add to the knowledge, keeping this library full of all the available knowledge in this land, and researching and gathering knowledge that people seek, because they know where every bit of knowledge is within this library. And they say that they're an ancient elf, and that in human years they would be thousands and thousands of years old. And they share some of that knowledge with you. They ask you what kind of knowledge you're seeking, and you tell them about some of the knowledge you would like to know. And they say that you can actually absorb some of this knowledge by drinking a special tea. And so the fairies make that special tea. And they say if you drink this special tea, it'll temporarily give you the abilities of the fairies. Because as the fairies fly, they release fairy dust. And the fairy dust lasts just a short while, almost like sparkling, shimmering around their wings. But that fairy dust contains some of their ability, and so making the tea with the fairy dust can temporarily give you that ability. and you'll be able to think of the knowledge that you want. And close your eyes and access that knowledge, that wisdom. And so you drink this tea, finding it has the sweetest taste. And once you've finished that warm tea, your eyes close, your cheeks flush with warmth, and you have a deep sense of peace and connection with this library, almost as if energy is radiating between you and every single item in this library, as if you can psychically notice tendrils of energy, like a web of energy between you and every single book. And as you start to think of questions, you notice some of those tendrils, some of the web, becoming brighter as you connect with the relevant document. And this is how the fairies can find the relevant knowledge and documents so quickly. And so you become deeply absorbed in the experience, gaining such profound wisdom. And suddenly becoming aware of how overwhelming wisdom can be. Having certain questions answered, and being in this state feels almost timeless. And after the experience, it begins to wear off. You talk some more with this ancient elf before saying that you should head back to your land, and they say that through the portal time stands still for the time you're here until you return, and the same occurs the other way. And so you head back, you navigate your way back to that portal. You head through the portal, finding yourself back in that chamber. You find your way back out and start navigating back through the forest, considering the experience you'd had. And then, stopping once night falls, camping for the night, before continuing your journey on again the next day, arriving back in that village, back at the hotel and settling down for the most peaceful night's sleep, aware that in just a few days you'll be making your journey back home, back on that train, but for now you rest in that bed, just considering and thinking over the journey you've had, the experience with that wisdom, and you find that you can't even imagine how you could share that experience, how you could explain the experience, how you could even put the experience into words and explain what it's like to absorb all that wisdom, let alone explaining the wisdom that you'd had and gained. But it's deep and profound, and you know it'll transform you for the better and help you in so many ways. As you settle down and relax deeply into the bed, drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably, into slumberland. You can find your mind drifting deeper and deeper asleep as you drift comfortably into this story. And you find yourself resting one day, lying in the most beautiful meadow on a very slight, gentle hill. And as you rest on that gentle hill, you can feel the slight cool breeze of the night sky on your cheeks. You can feel the softness of the grass underneath your hands. You can hear some of those evening sounds around you. Sounds of distant birds and animals just settling down for the night, resting there in that meadow. Moonlight casting the most beautiful glow across the landscape. A certain silence to the landscape, punctuated by those animal sounds. And the sight of meteors passing across the sky from time to time, where you have that sense as if you can hear a slight fizzing from each one, even though in reality they pass in silence. And you rest there, just enjoying this environment. You've been out on an evening walk, and like all good evening walks, you settle down to enjoy some time in nature before continuing and heading home. And as you rest here, lying in this meadow, you close your eyes and absorb yourself in a reverie, listening to those sounds around you. And in this reverie that begins to form, you start to have a sense of walking through a vineyard on a summer's day, smelling the scents within this vineyard, hearing the slight hustle and bustle of people working in the vineyard, and noticing that a whole community comes together at this vineyard to get the work done when the work needs to be done, and then at the end of a work day, to celebrate completing all of the work, they gather around. They light candles, place them within paper lanterns, and watch as they rise up into the sky and float gently through the sky, carried so softly by the wind. And you know that something about your reveries is teaching you something about yourself. And as you exit the reverie, so you stand up, you descend that gentle sloping meadow beginning your journey back home. You descend all the way down towards the river you can see at the base of this meadow. You can notice the glistening silver sparkles of the moonlight on that river's surface. And you head all the way down to that river's edge and walk along the river's edge for a little bit until you reach your canoe. You push your canoe just into the water, hearing it sliding along the ground and the sound it makes as it enters the water, and the slight splosh that it makes as the back of the canoe lands into the water. Before picking up the oar, climbing into the canoe, it gently bobbing up and down as you climb in, pushing away from the shore with the oar and beginning to paddle down this river. The sound of each paddle pushing that water back on one side and then the other, one side and then the other, the canoe gently slicing through that water, so calmly, so relaxed, and so effortlessly. And you follow this river back towards the town. And the river weaves around a little. On your journey home, weaving through this meadowy landscape, these gentle, slightly undulating hills. And eventually you can see the lights of the town. You continue canoeing gently towards that town. You pass under the stone bridge at the entrance to the town. You pass alongside a watermill. You continue on, following this river, until you reach a wooden mooring, which is a mooring at the base of your home. You put alongside, grabbing the mooring as you gently drift past, holding yourself against that mooring. You place the oar onto the mooring and then climb out of the canoe. Then grab hold of the front of the canoe, of the rope attached at the front, and you pull it up onto the mooring, taking a few steps back, that slight grinding sound as it pulls out of the water, aware of the sudden weight of that canoe as it leaves the water, pulling it up onto the mooring. pulling it a little way away from the edge, dragging it over to the side of your garden here and turning it upside down, and then going and grabbing the oar, taking the oar over to the canoe, placing that down beside the canoe, and then attaching it to some posts so that it won't perhaps blow away if there's a strong wind. Then you walk up a path from the end of your garden where the river passes by, up, following that garden path towards your house. And on arrival at your house, at the back door to your house, you let yourself in, turn on the light, close the door behind you. You make yourself a warm drink before settling down on a chair in front of a cozy fire, and you drink that drink and enjoy relaxing by the fire. Before picking up an old adventure book and beginning to read through that old adventure book about an adventurer. And after reading that book about the adventurer, with it being very late now, you head to bed. And as you head to bed and settle down to sleep, you begin to drift into the most pleasant dream. And you dream of being an adventurer, of being in Egypt, and a lunar eclipse happens, and you can see that lunar eclipse alongside the pyramids, the silvery moon being covered by the shadow of the earth, and then turning a blood red. And after a while, the slither of silver appears again as the earth's shadow begins to leave the face of the moon. And during the eclipse, you notice something strange. That there seems to be just the faintest beam of light coming from the top of one of the pyramids, and it's so faint that you can only see it by not looking at it. But it gets you curious, and so you go to explore that pyramid. And you climb up some of the stones, scrabbling up higher and higher, until you get to an entrance into the pyramid. And you squeeze into that entrance of the pyramid and begin to explore the inside of this pyramid. And each footstep seems to reverberate down the corridor within the pyramid. And when you tap the side of the pyramid, tapping the stones on the inside of this corridor, you can hear that it seems to chime and resonate with the most beautiful musical note. And you follow this corridor until you come to a vast chamber, and in the middle of the chamber appears to be what looks like a sarcophagus. And you see that the top of this sarcophagus is missing. But when you look into it, what you see is curious. It looks like steps leading down somewhere. As you climb into the sarcophagus, you begin to descend those steps, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And as you descend those steps and step off of the last step, you're surprised because you find yourself not in a chamber somewhere deep under the pyramid, but at some point between that top step and the bottom step. Something must have happened. Perhaps you passed through a portal unknowingly, because you find that you're in the most beautiful land. As you gaze around, there's meadows and woodland, and it's nighttime here too, just like where you came from, only you definitely seem to be outside. There is no roof, there's no walls, just endless landscape. And so you begin to explore this landscape. You see some lights in the distance and decide to head towards them. Maybe whoever's there can tell you where here is. And as you head towards those lights, as night continues and you can feel the coolness on your cheeks, you notice that what you're heading towards is a castle. And so you walk towards that castle, eventually arriving at the castle, crossing a drawbridge, knocking on the door to the castle, and someone comes to greet you, and they tell you about this castle. They tell you that this castle is home to the ruler of this land, and you ask where this land is, and they seem surprised by your question, as if you should know, and they seem to have no knowledge of the land you came from. And you ask for more details, and they tell you that perhaps you should visit the library and take a look at the atlas of this land. And so you visit the library within the castle. the scent of all the old books, the dullness to each footstep, as all the tomes in this library absorb sound, like absorbing knowledge, ready to share with those who seek. And you're handed a large atlas, and you begin to look through that atlas. You find where you are now, but you can't seem to see any evidence for anything familiar or where you came from, but something takes you by surprise. That it lists on the atlas something called a firmament, and you ask what that is, and they say that it's obvious. This land is contained under the firmament, and you ask, are they referring to stars in the night sky? And they don't understand what you mean. So you ask them to explain what the firmament is, and they tell you that above and below is an ocean for the gods, that the gods live within an ocean. And you almost laugh at how ridiculous this sounds. But they look confused at you, and you realize that they're being serious. So you ask how they know there's a firmament, and they tell you that it has been seen. If you walk to the edge of the land, you reach the wall of the firmament. And you're curious whether this is possible for someone to walk to the edge of the land. You say, isn't the land a sphere? And they look confused again. And so, with curiosity, you say that you would like to explore, you would like to see the firmament up close. And they say that you'll need to be well rested. It's a long journey. Very few people ever make it, because it's just so far. People want to give up long before they get there. And many people have no interest in making it to the firmament. It's not something they're particularly interested in seeing. And you're offered a room to sleep in for the night, and some food, and so you eat the food and settle down for the night. And the next day, you ask what gear you would need, how you would need to prepare to go and see the firmament. And they share with you what you would need. They offer a horse for you to travel on. They tell you that that horse will get you all the way to the ice wall. But at the ice wall, you'll be on your own. Because once you reach the ice wall, you'll have to ascend that wall. And the horse obviously can't ascend the wall, and even if it could, it'll be too cold crossing the ice. for the horse to be able to make that journey. And so you set off from the castle. You have a map of this landscape. You see on the map the shortest route and the easiest route to that ice wall. And you set off. And you travel through this landscape, trotting along through the most beautiful meadows, past the softest, gentlest flowing rivers, saying hello to the friendliest folk. And after a few days of travel, you now realize you're barely seeing another person. There are no longer any settlements. It's just you and the horse traveling towards the ice wall. And eventually, you can feel a very slight chill in the air as the wind is blowing across the ice and the cold air is flowing down the ice wall and along the ground in your direction. And you head towards that cold air, eventually noticing the ice, just a faint white line on the horizon. And you continue traveling, and every night you settle down for the night. You gaze up at the sky, and to you it resembles stars, not the constellations that you're familiar with, but stars nonetheless. So you can't understand how it could be interpreted as anything other than a night sky. But at the same time, you definitely seem to be heading towards ice. And so you wonder if it's just mountains. Perhaps it's just an icy part of a continent. Maybe these people here don't really understand and assume that it's a wall. And every day you continue your journey as that white line on the horizon gradually gets larger and larger as you get closer and closer. And eventually one day you arrive at that ice wall. You know you have to make the rest of the journey on your own. And so you make sure that the horse is okay. There's plenty of food and grazing space in this meadow, and you hope that the horse will remain. So that it's still here when you begin your journey home, back towards that castle. And you walk over to the ice wall, and you begin to ascend. And you just place one hand in front of the other, one foot in front of the other as you ascend that wall. And it seems to tower so high above you that you can't make out the top. It just seems so tall. And you continue to ascend. And it's so high that nighttime begins to set in, and you're still ascending. And so, while being attached to the ice wall, you swing your backpack round in front of you, and you take out a special kind of tent, which screws into this ice wall, creating a platform, and then to help brace that in place. It has a few other attachments which you also attach to the ice wall, diagonally from the far legs. And then you climb into that tent. You settle down and fall asleep. The next day, waking to the light of the sun shining through the canvas of the tent. The cool air outside the tent. The canvas vibrating in the breeze. You exit the tent, attach yourself back to the wall as you pack the tent away and continue to ascend. And as nightfall is setting in again, finally you see the top of the wall in sight, and so you push on, eventually reaching the top, climbing over the top of this ice wall. Now being on top of the wall, and you check your directions before continuing to walk, heading away from the edge, walking for a while to get a good bit of distance between yourself and the edge before setting up camp again. And then once again the next day, continuing to walk to the edge of the wall, curious what you'll discover. In your mind you imagine eventually you'll just reach an ocean. You'll reach the edge of the ice and perhaps see more land or an ocean, or something that lets you know this is just part of a continent. But as you continue walking, you find that that isn't the case. And each day you continue walking further and further. And this ice shelf, this top of the ice wall, just seems to go on and on and on. And you're dressed appropriately for the conditions. And eventually, one night, you finally start to notice something on the horizon. A slight glowing, a little bit like the northern lights. But it looks a little strange. And it's just on the horizon, not seeming to be high in the sky. And there's some shimmering behind those northern lights. And you close in day after day, and by daytime you can't notice that. Everything just looks blue. There's no signs of clouds down here. And by night there's the shimmering light, getting closer and closer every day, until eventually you encounter the most incredible thing. You're walking along, and suddenly you strike something, like walking into glass that you haven't seen, that doesn't give, doesn't break, and was unexpected. And you notice that at that point, as you look down, there's no ice. And you realize this is like a glass dome. And the curvature of this dome distorts the view slightly from this angle. And so you try and get a different angle of this dome, getting down near the base of the dome. And putting your face right up to the dome and your hands either side of your eyes. And as you look just right, you find you can see through this dome, and you notice the most incredible sight. That beyond the dome is like the deep ocean. You can just about make out that somewhere up above is that faint sight, as if there's the surface of an ocean and perhaps a sun beyond that surface of the ocean. You can see large whales gracefully swimming in water. And you try and work out what you're looking at. You tap on the dome and it just sounds like tapping on glass. And you can't figure out where you are, but it definitely looks as if you're under a dome under the ocean. And somehow, something has been done that makes it so that unless you get right up to this dome, it just looks like a normal sky. And by night it looks like strange constellations, but it still just looks ordinary. And yet here you can see whales. You can see the undulating, shimmering surface of the ocean's water above. And you can't quite work it out. And after some time of trying to figure this out, remaining at this dome, you take a look at the map. You see that marked on the map, some miles from the ice wall, is a cross and a sign saying the old sage. And you wonder whether that old sage or a descendant of them still exists. and decide to explore. And so, with the next hint of daylight, you begin your return journey, crunching through the snow, heading back across that ice wall, all the way back to the edge of the wall, where you descend that wall all the way down to the land below. You see the horse still waiting there, just grazing, seeming so relaxed. You mount the horse and you set off in the direction of that sage. You travel for a few days until eventually you see what looks like just an ordinary rundown shack in the middle of some beautiful woodland. And you head to that shack, dismount the horse. You see some lights on in the shack. You knock on the door and somebody answers. And it turns out that there's this really old person with a flowing grey beard, long grey hair, and the kindest looking eyes. And they invite you in with enthusiasm, as if they haven't had a guest for years. And before you've even settled down, they offer you a drink. They gesture for you to sit by the fire. And they start asking you questions about who you are, where you've come from, what you've been doing, showing so much intrigue in you. And you answer their questions, before saying you have questions of your own, and you explain you went to the ice wall. You ascended that wall and you travelled to what you've been told is the firmament. And you were shocked when you looked to discover that it looks like what you can only reference as being under the ocean. And you say that where you come from, there is no firmament. If you headed in one direction far enough and for long enough, you get back to where you started. And the sage says they've been around for as long as time here itself. They were one of the first here, thousands of years earlier. They remain here as a guardian of this land. They explain that many thousands of years ago, something was due to happen, and there was an advanced civilization at that time living on the planet. And they realized that they were going to have to build communities under the sea, protected by the depths of the ocean. And so they created portals. They placed these portals in safe locations. They had rituals around the portals. And there was a reverence around the technology of the portals. And they wanted to create lasting landmarks around the portals, so that they could be easily discovered. And the assumption was that the knowledge would pass down through generations. And the assumption through the portals was that people would remember about the portals and why they travelled through them. And people transferred through those portals from that advanced civilization to settlements under domes deep under the ocean's surface. And these domes were designed to be powered by the weight and the movement of the water overhead, and to give a feeling similar to life on the planet's surface as it was at the time. And the idea was that they would need to stay in this location, perhaps for a few thousand years, until they're informed that it's safe to return back to the surface world. And a few thousand years later, some people return to the surface world having been informed that it's safe now to do so. Others had built communities down here and loved where they lived and the life they had, and so they stayed. And over time, those left behind who chose to stay had generation after generation after generation, forgetting and no longer passing on the knowledge of the portals and their locations, and accepting this as the reality. And there are some, the sage said, like themselves, who remained, who, if anyone wanted to know the truth of this location, they can always seek them out and find out. But even they've lost the knowledge now of where the portals to the world above actually are. And there are portals you can walk through that will take you to the other similar locations, all deep under the ocean. And the sage explained that it seemed that ancient civilization on the surface of the planet probably also over time forgot about the portals, and gradually through time knowledge of the portals was erased from awareness, and no one ever returned, and no one travelled back. And they can't even remember now exactly what that threat was, all those thousands and thousands of years ago. But this is the most beautiful place to live. It's so calm and serene. and you spend the night. And the next day, you head back to the castle. You return the horse. You decide not to say anything about your discoveries, other than they're correct. There is a firmament at the edge of their land, and you've seen it. And you find your way back to that portal, back to those steps where you ascend, finding yourself back in that pyramid. And you leave that pyramid. And you wonder whether anyone else will ever stumble upon that in the future, as you drift deeper and deeper asleep. And this experience begins to fade. And while the experience is fading, it's like one of those dreams where you couldn't quite tell whether it was a dream or whether it was real. But it definitely was curious, and it taught you something profound. As you then find yourself drifting and floating so deeply and comfortably asleep into slumberland. And as you begin to fall asleep deeply and comfortably, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story set in the heart of Victorian London about a resourceful mouse named Morley, who embarks on an enchanting journey guided by a mysterious old map, determined to uncover the truth of reality and discover hidden realms. And Morley ventures through the city's underbelly, encountering whimsical characters and magical locales that transform an ordinary night into an extraordinary adventure. And the story weaves through moments of gentle intrigue and discovery, leading to a profound understanding of joy and unity in the most unexpected of places. And in the hush of twilight, as the bustling streets of Victorian London settle into a velvety dusk, the world of Morley the Mouse stirs to life with the gentle promise of adventure. And nestled in the cosy confines of a modest wooden home, Morley, ever the curious soul, navigates the maze of shadows cast by the flickering candlelight. The soft padding of his tiny feet is muffled by the thick layers of an old rug worn by time, but rich with stories. And on this particular evening, a serendipitous glimmer catches Morley's eye. It's not the usual sparkle from the dusts that dance in the moon's gentle rays, filtering through a crack in the floorboards above. No, this is something different. A secretive shimmer that beckons. With a heart buoyed by curiosity, Morley inches closer, his whiskers twitching in anticipation. The air holds a chill that tells of the coming winter. Yet the draught that whispers through the loose panel feels almost warm, as if inviting him closer. And as he nudges the panel with his nose, it gives way with a soft creak that echoes slightly in the quiet room. And behind the panel, hidden from the eyes of the human world and tucked away beneath layers of dust and memories, lies a map. It's not just any map, but one that speaks of ages past, with its tattered edges and faded lines. The paper, thin and brittle to the touch, crackles under Morley's gentle paws. The ink, once bold and assertive, now whispers of ancient paths and hidden realms. The text curling like the tendrils of a forgotten language, lit by the silver glow of the moon that now bathes the room in a spectral light. Morley's eyes widen with the realization of what he holds. An artifact of adventure, a guide to secrets meant only for the bravest of hearts. As the world outside the walls ticks by in ignorant slumber, Morley unrolls the map further, his mind alight with possibilities. Each line, each mark, each cryptic symbol hints at mysteries deep and wondrous. In the silence of his secluded nook, with the moon as his only witness, Morley decides that the night's veil of stars and whispers will be the canopy under which he'll embark on his journey. For in his heart stirs a restless yearning, a call to the unknown that can't be unheeded. And tonight, guided by the moonlit map, Morley begins his quest, not just for the treasures it promises, but for the deeper understanding of a world much greater than his own. And with the map as his talisman, he sets forth from the safety of his nook, driven by the timeless desire to discover, to know, and to connect with the hidden threads that weave through the tapestry of reality. And as the moon ascends its nocturnal throne, casting a silver glow over the cobblestone streets of Victorian London, Morley's heart beats with the rhythm of a newfound purpose. Clutching the ancient map, the little mouse slips through a narrow crack beneath the front door of his home. A portal from the familiar to the vast unknown. And outside, the city whispers with the echoes of the day's end. The distant rumbles of carriages fading into the night. The soft chatter of evening revellers. A melodious backdrop to his expedition. And Morley, small and nimble, finds the vastness both daunting and exhilarating. The map, illuminated under the star-lit sky, appears even more enigmatic, its paths and symbols seemingly alive, shifting with each glance. And guided by the constellations above, which sprawl across the heavens like a celestial map mirroring his own, Morley navigates the maze of streets. The gas lamps along the avenues burn with a steady flame, the golden light casting halos on the fog-laden air, offering islands of warmth in the cool night. Each lamp like a beacon, reassuring Morley as he scurries from one pool of light to the next, his shadow fleeting and spirited. And as he ventures further, the familiar sense of the city, roasted chestnuts from a nearby vendor, the earthy dampness of the Thames, the smoky whisper of coal fires, blend into a tapestry of nighttime aromas that tickle his senses, urging him onwards. The map leads him towards an area seldom explored by the likes of a humble mouse. A forgotten fountain where, legend has it, wishes weave into the fabric of fate and old stones hold the secrets of the city. And Morley approaches the fountain. Its once grand structure, now cloaked in ivy and moss. The trickle of water is soft but clear, each drop a symphony in the stillness of night, resonating with the pulse of adventure that beats within him. Here, under the watchful gaze of carved stone cherubs and the protective shadow of ancient oaks, Morley feels a surge of courage. The map trembles slightly in the breeze, as if excited by its return to the world of exploration. And Morley studies it closely. A line that seemed merely decorative under the candlelight at home now shimmers faintly. A hidden trail illuminated by the moon's touch. With a decisive nod, Morley follows the line as it winds around the base of the fountain, leading him to a small crevice between the stones, hidden from the unobservant eye. And within the crevice, he finds a small rusted key. And with a reverent paw, he retrieves the key, the metal cold and pitted under his touch. The discovery fills him with a blend of awe and mystery, the weight of the key in his possession, a tangible link to the legends whispered by the map. And this moment is marked not just by a physical journey through the city's shadowed pathways, but also an entry into a world woven with the threads of magic and history. And Morley, with the map as his guide and the stars as his companion, steps further into the realm of adventure. Each step a dance with destiny, each breath a whisper of the stories yet to unfold under the watchful eye of the moonlit London sky. And under the watchful gaze of the London moon, Morley feels a gust of wind stirring the quiet night air, ruffling his fur, signalling further mysteries to uncover. And as he rounds a corner of an ancient brick alleyway, shrouded in the mingled aromas of autumn leaves and early chimney smoke, a sudden fluttering sound catches his tiny heart. Perched on an old, gnarled railing is a pigeon. Her feathers, a shimmering tapestry of greys and blues, reflecting the moonlight with a soft iridescent glow. This is no ordinary pigeon. Her eyes twinkle with a wisdom far surpassing the usual city bird's wary glance. She cocks her head, observing Morley with a discerning eye, then, in a surprisingly gentle voice, speaks. "Well met, little seeker. The winds have carried tales of your quest. It seems you and I are to share a fragment of the path tonight." Morley, taken aback by the pigeon's knowledge and eloquence, nods respectfully. "I'm Morley," he introduces himself, his voice small but filled with determination. "I seek the truths hidden within this map," he continues, extending the parchment towards her. The pigeon flutters down to a closer, more conversational distance. "I'm Seraphina," she declares, her tone melodious, almost musical. "The winds of fate blow in many directions. They speak of places shrouded in shadow and light, secrets hidden in the heart of the city, known only to those who listen." Seraphina's wings unfold slightly, and with a graceful motion, she indicates the sprawling cityscape before them. Beyond the river's bend, where the old mill's wheel turns no more, lies a garden forgotten by time. She begins, her voice a soothing murmur blending with the rustling leaves. There the wind tells of a stone that holds the key to the sky, reflecting the star's own light. Morley listens, enraptured by the tales of hidden wonders that seem to permeate every corner of London. Places he's never thought to explore, secrets that now beckoned with the allure of discovery. "And how might I find these places, wise Seraphina?" he asks, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and curiosity. "With this," Seraphina responds, gently tapping the map with her beak. "But heed well, young Morley, for each secret uncovered leads deeper and deeper into the labyrinth of the unknown. You must be brave in the pursuit of knowledge. Taking a moment to ensure her words have taken root in Morley's eager mind, Seraphina continues. The stone in the garden will not reveal itself to those who look merely with their eyes. It requires a heart open to the wonders beyond the mundane, a spirit attuned to the deep currents of magic that flow beneath this ancient city. She then fluffs her feathers, preparing to take flight. I must go now, for the eastern winds call me to distant shores. Remember, Morley, seek not only with your eyes, but also with your heart. The path may be perilous, but the rewards are the stuff of dreams. And with these parting words, Seraphina takes to the skies, her silhouette a part of the night, leaving Morley more determined than ever. He tucks the map back into his bag and sets his sights on the old mill's direction, his mind buzzing with possibilities, his heart open to the hidden truths of the world. The key feels heavier in his paw, now not just a token of his journey, but a symbol of the larger quest that he undertakes. Morley makes his way through the cobblestone streets of London, his tiny legs carrying him swiftly beneath the looming silhouettes of old Victorian buildings. The night grows deeper, stars twinkling above like distant lanterns guiding his path towards the majestic structure of Tower Bridge. Its twin towers stand as sentinels over the Thames, casting long, haunting shadows across the dark waters that flows below. As Morley approaches the bridge, the gentle lapping of the river against the banks mixes with the soft hum of the city at night, creating a gentle symphony of tranquility. The moon, a slender crescent, casting the slightest silver glow over the bridge, illuminating the ancient stones with an ethereal light. With careful steps, Morley scurries to a secluded spot. Here, where the shadows dance with the flickering lights reflected in the water, he finds the first tangible clue of his quest. Etched into the damp stones beneath the bridge, partially obscured by moss and the wear of time, is a riddle, its letters almost glowing under the moonlight. Where east meets west and time is kept, a lion's gaze where secrets slept. Seek the face that shows dual sight, find the next path by the light. Morley ponders the riddle, his whiskers twitching in thought. The words speak of a meeting place, of east and west, an allusion perhaps to the very bridge under which he now stands, a historical connection between the two sides of the city. Yet the reference to a lion and a dual sight intrigues him more. A lion's gaze, he muses aloud, and a face with two sides. His thoughts race as he considers the landmarks of London, each a potential key to the next phase of his journey. Then it strikes him. The Royal Observatory in Greenwich, known for its placement on the prime meridian where east indeed meets west, and where time itself is measured and kept. Excited by his deduction, Morley knows that his journey must now take him to Greenwich. But the riddle speaks also of a lion's gaze and a face with dual sight. This he interprets as the famous Shepherd Gate clock at the observatory, a 24-hour analog clock that's unique and offers a face that shows both day and night, a literal dual sight. With the night deepening and the path set, Morley prepares for the journey to Greenwich. He finds his way through the shadowy streets, clues firmly etched in his mind. As he moves away from the river, the sound of water fades into the background, replaced by the occasional hoot of a night owl and the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. The adventure carries him forward, each step a stitch in the grand tapestry of his quest, weaving through the historical heart of London towards a destination known for its celestial observations. Here Morley anticipates not only the discovery of the next clue, but also a deeper connection to the cosmic dance of the stars and planets. In this blend of the cosmic and the earthy, Morley finds a profound symbolism in his quest. Not merely a treasure hunt, but a journey of alignment with the universe's greater rhythms and secrets. And as he ventures towards Greenwich, his heart is light, his purpose clear, and his resolve unshakable. The night, a faithful companion, cloaks him in its protective embrace, guiding him safely under its starlit canopy. And as dawn's first light begins to dissolve the night's velvet shadows, Morley arrives at the historic site of the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, with the Shepherd Gate clock as his guide, bathed in the golden glow of morning. Morley feels the rush of discovery coursing through his veins. With mention of an undersea city, he finds himself wanting to explore further into unknown depths. He trusts the map's mystical guidance and ventures towards the Thames, its waters mirroring the awakening sky. And as he observes the banks of the Thames, he finds a nondescript pipe, partially submerged and overgrown with reeds. He realizes this is a secret entrance. He squeezes through the grate, and begins to follow this pipe. Sounds of the city fading, replaced by echoing drips of water. The scent of cool, moist air. His path illuminated by streaks of bioluminescence that seem to cling to the walls of this pipe. The light growing stronger pulsing gently, guiding him deeper and deeper beneath the river. And after what feels like an eternity, he emerges into an expansive cavern that takes his breath away, discovering himself in an undersea city. Aglow with a myriad of bioluminescent lights, casting a surreal glow over buildings carved from coral and stone. The architecture seeming to be a harmonious blend of nature and craftsmanship, towering structures spiraling towards the cavern's ceiling, intertwined with flowing seaweed and bright, colourful anemones. The city was alive, not just with light, but with its inhabitants. Various sea creatures had adapted to this unique environment. He could see fish outside the cavern, with translucent fins gliding effortlessly through the water, their paths marked by trails of light. Different animals scurrying along the seabed. Bioluminescence here seemed to have replaced the sunlight. Amazed, he realizes that this hidden city is a sanctuary, a secret place where the wonders of the natural world remained untouched by time and human influence. He walked through the streets of this secret undersea city. He could see high overhead jellyfish floating lazily, tentacles trailing lights like drifting stars. He headed to a grand library where scrolls were written on seaweed paper, preserving the history of this underwater realm. And as he explored, he encountered the city's guardian, a wise old turtle adorned with a shell patterned like stained glass. The turtle spoke of the city's origins, a refuge from the world above, built by creatures seeking solace from the ever-encroaching reach of civilization. The guardians of the city, he explained, were sworn to protect the knowledge and beauty of this place, ensuring it remained a hidden gem beneath the waves. The turtle offered a clue to his next destination, a pearl that glowed with a soft eternal fire. Embedded in a sculpture in the city's central plaza. This pearl, the turtle explained, was the key to understanding the deeper connections between all living things, a symbol of the unity and harmony that thrived in this secluded utopia. Morley thanked the turtle and thanked the residents of the city for their hospitality and wisdom. He left the city as it seemed to pulsate with a farewell song, lights dimming and brightening in a gentle rhythm, and emerging after some time back on the riverbank. Morley paused to reflect on the unusual and incredible world he'd just witnessed. He continued his journey, now guided by the mysterious pearl, and as he travelled, the map led him away from the familiar streets of London towards an ancient, secluded library, rumoured to house the vast knowledge of the world's magic. According to legend, this library was guarded by a giant, a being of immense size and wisdom, who maintained the balance between the arcane and the known. And he travelled out beyond the edge of the London city to a structure that appeared grand and imposing, that was tucked away behind the veil of time and nature, making it invisible to those who weren't specifically searching for it. And as he approached, the scale of the doors alone was enough to make anyone stop and pause a moment. They were crafted from ancient oak, with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and move, depicting scenes of magical creatures and mythical lore. The doors creaked open with a ponderous groan, revealing a vast hall lined with shelves that soared to dizzying heights, filled with books of every conceivable size and age. And standing in the doorway was the guardian of this mystical archive, a giant whose height reached the rafters of the library, his eyes twinkling with a kind and knowing light, regarding Morley with a welcoming gaze. "Welcome, little seeker," the giant's voice boomed, resonant and deep, yet imbued with warmth. "I'm Boralis, keeper of the arcane archives. It's rare indeed for one so small to journey so far into the realms of magic and knowledge. What brings you to my sanctuary?" And with a mixture of awe and courage, Morley climbed the steps to meet Boralis at a comfortable eye level. Taking the glowing pearl from his bag, he shared his quest, including the discovery of the map, the undersea city, the riddles he solved along the way. "Ah, you are a true adventurer at heart," Boralis remarked, his voice echoing softly among the towering bookshelves. "This pearl you carry is known as the Orb of Liss, a powerful artifact that illuminates truth and wisdom. It's fitting that it brought you here, to the very place where such truths can be expanded on." Motioning for Morley to follow, Boralis led him through the aisles of the library. He had to run just to try and keep up with the giant. The air was filled with the scent of ancient parchment and the whispering echoes of enchanted tales. They arrived at a particular section of the library where the books seemed to radiate a subtle, mystical light. "Herein lies the knowledge of the magical forces that bind the world," Boralis explained, gesturing towards the shelves. Each tome and scroll contains secrets of the arcane arts, guarded and preserved through the ages. You can look through these texts. What you learn here will aid you on your journey, and perhaps enlighten paths yet untrodden. Morley opened a thick volume bound in leather that shimmered with a light of its own. Opening the book, he found the pages filled with intricate symbols and spells, alongside detailed illustrations of magical phenomena and their applications. Each word and image pulsed with energy, as if the magic contained within was alive and breathing. As the hours passed, Morley absorbed the wisdom of the ages, his understanding of magic deepening, his perception of the world expanding. As the day turned to evening, and the light in the library shifted from the bright clarity of afternoon to the golden hues of sunset, Morley felt a profound sense of gratitude and purpose. For Alice bestowed upon him a small enchanted compass. "This will guide you beyond the written word," Alice said, placing the compass gently in Morley's paw. "Magic is not only about spells and ancient lore. It's also about finding one's true north, understanding one's heart and role in the grand tapestry of life." Thanking the giant for his wisdom, Morley prepared to continue his journey, now equipped with new knowledge and a magical compass to guide his way. He left the library as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, feeling as though he carried with him a part of the magic that the library housed, a magic that was now a part of him. With the enchanted compass and a heart full of newly acquired knowledge, he set forth under the canopy of starlit sky, following the magical artifact's needle, journeying through more winding streets and alleyways, before arriving at a lush area on the outskirts of the city. And it was here, as the sky was painted in pinks and gold, that he noticed something peculiar. A soft, melodic chuckling that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Intrigued, he followed the sound, treading softly on the dew-kissed grass. And the source of laughter soon revealed itself. A small, sprightly figure, with a twinkle in his eye and a green hat perched jauntily atop his head. "Good morning to ye, fine sir," said the figure with a bow so deep it seemed almost comical. "I'm Finbar at your service." Morley, taken aback by the sudden appearance but charmed by the leprechaun's demeanour, introduced himself and shared his quest, including the enchanted compass and the lessons learned. Finbar listened intently, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Aye, that's a grand lad tale," Finbar replied, his voice rich with the lilting accent of the Isles. "But it seems to me you're in need of a bit of fun and perhaps a challenge to test your belief in the unseen." Without waiting for a response, Finbar snapped his fingers and a shimmering mist enveloped them. When it cleared, Morley found himself standing before an ancient stone, upon which rested a curious box of intricate design and craftsmanship. The box was adorned with symbols that shimmered with an ethereal light, and it seemed to pulse with a life of its own. "This here is the puzzle box of Ashling," Finbar declared, his eyes alight with mischief. "Within it lies the next piece of your map, but only for those who believe enough to see beyond mere appearances. Solve the puzzle and the path shall be clear. Fail and, well, you might find yourself a bit turned around." Morley approached the box. He noticed the symbols corresponded to those he'd seen in the giant's library. Touching the box, he felt a warmth hum beneath his fingers, as if the box responded to his presence. Remembering the teachings of Borealis, he closed his eyes and let his intuition guide him, his paws moving deftly over the symbols, pressing them in an order dictated by the silent whisper of the magic within him. And as each symbol clicked into place, the box began to transform. Sections of it moved independently, rearranging itself with mechanical fluidity until it unfolded like a blooming flower, revealing its core. Nested within was a fragment of the map, glowing softly, surrounded by a faint golden light. "Well done," Finbar exclaimed, clapping his hands with delight. "You've got the heart of a true believer, and that's no mistake. Remember, the world is full of magic, hidden just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting for those with the eyes who can see and the heart which can understand." With the map fragment secured and a new lesson learned, he thanked the leprechaun for the challenge and the wisdom. The leprechaun winked and gave a tip of his hat before vanishing into the morning mist, leaving behind just a gentle trail of laughter and a faint echo of his words. And as Morley continued his journey, the compass leading him ever onwards, he felt a deep sense of connection with the world around him. The lesson of the leprechaun deepening his understanding of magical forces, those things which are invisible to the naked eye, but can be deeply felt. And with each step, his belief in the unseen strengthened, fueling his quest with a new sense of purpose and wonder. And he ventured deeper and deeper into the heart of an ancient woodland, known among the local fae and gentle spirits as the Sylvan Glade. As he padded through the thick carpet of fallen leaves, the forest seemed to awaken, greeting him with the rustle of leaves and the soft, curious calls of its hidden dwellers. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like guardians of old secrets, their branches a tapestry against the sky. The woodland was alive with preparations for an upcoming winter solstice, a time of renewal and celebration. Morley could feel the magic in the air, a buzz that tingled through his whiskers. The animals of the forest, from scurrying squirrels to stately deer, were all busy with their various tasks, collecting food, decorating with berries and vines, and crafting lanterns from nutshells and fireflies. And Morley ventured further, until he was met by a council of elder animals who'd gathered under a grand oak, its trunk wide and welcoming. And the elders, a wise old owl, a stout badger, and a graceful doe, regarded Morley with interest. "Welcome, little traveller," the owl hooted in a deep, resonant voice. "What brings you to our conclave on such an important day?" Morley explained his quest, talking about the map, magical lessons, the gifts he'd been given. He was tasked with helping the smaller creatures of the forest, those who struggled to prepare due to their size or the scarcity of resources. And with vigour and a warm heart, he set about his tasks. He helped the field mice collect seeds and berries, taught the young rabbits how to weave garlands of ivy and holly, even helped orchestrate a choir of songbirds. And as he worked, he realized that each task, though small, was vital to the harmony of the woodlands community. His efforts helped the animals and taught him the importance of unity and cooperation. The forest thrived because each creature, no matter how small, contributed to the well-being of all. And on the solstice, the forest was transformed into a wonderland of lights, music and laughter. Lanterns hung from branches, casting gentle glows that shimmered off the land below. And at the height of the celebrations, under the light of the full moon, the elders presented Morley with another piece of map, encased in a crystal clear icicle which sparkled under the moonlight. And with this secured, Morley felt a deep connection to these woodland creatures. And he knew that his journey was far from over, but at every step of this journey he learns lessons, helping to continue the journey in a deeper and more profound way. And Morley set off following a gentle stream, walking past ancient trees, arching gracefully overhead. Enjoying the sensation of the moss-cushioned steps. And the stream's waters were clear, reflecting the vibrant life of the woodland. And while he gazed into the water, so it showed not just reflections of the land around them, but also shimmered with the quality of a dream half remembered. And while gazing into the water, a gentle voice began talking in the background. Beautiful, isn't it? An old fox was sitting beside him with eyes deep and wise, and she murmured to him, "Many call it the heart's echo. It shows us no one is truly alone. Our desires, our joys, and our sorrows echo in the hearts of others, connecting us in ways we often fail to see." The fox explained that the stream was a sacred place, a place of reflection, a place that showed the beauty of the world and revealed the inner truth and beauty of others. Morley listened, captivated by the wisdom of the fox. He thought about his journey, the creatures he'd met so far, the tasks he'd completed, the gifts he'd been given. And he set off once again from the fox, following the stream as it flowed out of the woodland, following the magical compass. He journeyed through a small clearing where he stopped to rest for the night. This tranquil spot, nestled within a gentle embrace of towering pines and whispering ferns, allowed him the luxury of viewing the heavens above, the twinkling stars, the velvet sky, the stories of the universe. And he realized while gazing at the stars that the constellations seemed to almost be talking to him, that they were more than just a collection of stars, but maps of stories ancient and wise. The Great Bear, the Hunter, the Twins, each constellation a chapter of a cosmic tale, woven through time and space, reflecting truths he'd uncovered on his journey. And each star almost seemed to sing to him, their light offering guidance, illuminating his path, not just through the forest, but through life itself. He almost felt himself connecting the dots of light with his paw, tracing shapes in the air, following those clusters of stars. Inspired by his observations, and his heart full of wonder, he took a look at the map, laid the bits of map out before him, and found that he could align these bits of map in such a way that the fragments mirrored the constellations above, as if this map wasn't just a guide through the physical world, but a reflection of the celestial guide above. Each piece a star and each star a story. And in the morning he packed up the map, continued his journey, finding that the journey itself seemed to be the learning he really set out for, and that the map was leading back to the home he'd left behind. And something about this return journey, following the map on this very slightly different journey back towards his home. He found himself continuing to learn from the journey, recognizing new things he'd missed on the way. This return journey making the world seem slightly different, perhaps leaves seeming more vivid, the breeze carrying slightly more of a melody, the rays of sunlight dancing just for him. The world seemed the same, yet slightly different, as if he's seeing it anew through eyes that had witnessed the unseeable and understood things in a whole new way. And back at his home, he felt the build-up of emotion, like feeling overwhelmed at returning to a friend who'd not been seen for a while, returning with new experiences, new understandings of the world. As he wandered around the inside of his home, rearranging things, placing objects he'd gathered on his journey onto shelves. Each object reminded him of elements of the journey he'd taken. He felt a profound sense of fulfillment. He started a journey, a quest for knowledge and discovery, guided by an ancient map, found additional pieces of the map, found additional trinkets to help guide his journey, met numerous beings on the way, only to realize that the knowledge and discovery was the journey, not the destination, as the destination took him right back to where he started, just with a slightly different understanding of things. He noticed his greatest discovery wasn't anything marked on any map. It was a realization that each of us is part of a larger story, a thread in the tapestry of the universe, woven through moments of connection and kindness. And in the comfort of his home, surrounded by familiar sounds of night, Morley drifted into sleep, a smile curving his lips, enjoying sweet dreams filled with starlight, hints of the forest, waves of the sea, rustling pages of ancient books, being carried along by the everlasting glow of a journey that led him right back home to the place where it all began, and where it would continue one magical moment at a time. And as he continued to drift and float into a deeper and more profound sleep, his mind recounted the journey he'd taken, and with each passing moment, with each gentle turn of the earth, he slept so deeply, so soundly, just a small creature with a grand, adventurous heart, enjoying the magical tapestry of life. He drifted and floated so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into slumberland. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And in this sleep story, you're wandering through the New Forest on the south of England. The ancient woodland wrapped around you like the most comfortable blanket of peace and harmony. And as you walk through the New Forest, listening to the sounds of birds in the trees, the scurrying of squirrels, seeing the deer roaming through the forest, stopping, grazing a while, before continuing on to a new location to graze some more. You head deeper and deeper into the forest, until eventually you begin to notice a clearing, and in that clearing you can see the rugged grasses stretched out before you, and wild horses grazing in this open meadow. You walk into the open meadow, and as you walk into the open meadow, feeling the warmth of the sun caressing your face, one of the horses notices you, and so you stop and rest, and you allow that horse to come over to you, rather than you approaching the horse. And every now and then there's a very slight breeze that tickles the side of your face. The occasional cloud passing across the sun. And the horse comes over to you, and it makes a friendly noise as it approaches, and bobs its head ever so slightly. And it comes right up to you, and you can Feel the warmth emanating from this horse, and you gently reach out, pat the side of its neck. The horse pushes gently into you, helping to form that connection. And after a few moments, the horse moves forward slightly more and bows its head and seems to be gesturing for you to climb on its back. And so, with a leap, you leap up, resting on its back, lunge your leg over the horse, landing softly in the arch of its back. And then the horse gently begins to trot back towards those other wild horses. And as it approaches those other wild horses, so they all, almost in unison, seem to look up, stop grazing, and together all of the horses begin to head from this meadow, following the horse that you're on, and heading towards some of the forest. And while trotting towards the forest, you can feel that horse beneath you, the movement of the horse, the sound of its breathing. You gently pat the side of its neck. You can feel the coarseness of its mane, and the smoothness of its hair, and the horses seem to be taking you somewhere, and you head through the forest, sounds rustling around you, the sounds of the horses trotting on the undergrowth, the way light dances through the canopy, those shards just shining and shimmering and crossing each other as the wind blows a breeze across the tops of the trees. And after some time of these horses guiding you somewhere, they reach a small clearing in the middle of this area of forest. And as they come out into this clearing, so you see something unusual. You notice what looks like a blue horse. And the horse that you're riding trots over to that blue horse while all the others wait in a neat line at the edge of this area of meadow. And the horses seem to tap their noses together, touch the side of their heads together, bow their heads a few times, and then the horse takes a step back, lowers its neck as if to gesture to you to get off. And so you dismount, And with a little nudge, the horse nudges you towards that blue horse. And the blue horse lowers its head, as if to gesture for you to mount it. And so you mount this blue horse. And then the other horse backs up to be in line with the horses at the edge of the meadow. And the blue horse begins to trot away, and its trot becomes a canter. Then you start to hear a twinkling, sparkling sound, and it's as if the horse is being surrounded by millions of tiny, sparkling diamonds. And then out from just behind you, just behind your legs, are two of the most elegant white wings that seem to appear as if by magic, with a powerful flap as the horse continues to canter. So it begins to ride on the sparkling diamonds up into the sky, and you hold on a little bit as the horse rises into the sky and begins to fly so smoothly, galloping on the air. And you're curious where this horse is taking you. And the horse gallops high above the new forest as you see the trees below, the patchwork of meadows dotted through the forest. And the horse continues galloping faster and faster, and yet the ride is incredibly smooth, and you can feel the increasing breeze on your face, and the galloping horse through the air sounds almost like playing on drums, the rhythm beating out with each step. And the horse continues getting faster and faster, and then light begins to form in front of the horse, around the sides and above and below the horse. Like the bow wave as a boat increases in speed through water. And that light in front begins to get closer and closer to the front of the horse as the horse speeds up faster and faster, until all of a sudden, in a flash, in an instant, it's as if that light passes from the front to the back of the horse, and there's suddenly calmness. The sight below and around you is suddenly unfamiliar, no longer flying above the new forest, but flying above the most incredible looking landscape. You can see tall mountains in the distance, a vast valley below, trees rising up at the sides of the valley, some areas of trees densely populating the valley other areas of open meadow and a winding river going right through the centre of that valley below. You can tell that river is fast flowing by the white water you can see wrapped around stones and boulders. And the horse gallops above this valley. While its wings flap powerfully. And then it begins to descend into one of the meadows. And as it reaches the ground, its feet touch the ground, so you can hear the sudden sound of hoof on solid ground, on the grass and soil beneath. The sparkling around the horse calms and fades, and with the sparkling fading, so the wings seem to magically begin to fade. And the horse slows down to a trot, and then walking through this valley. And you can hear some sounds of wildlife. And it sounds so calming and peaceful, and yet unfamiliar to you. And the horse continues walking through this valley, near to the river, the sound of that river bubbling alongside you. And after some time walking along, the horse turns towards the slopes of the valley, heads into the tree line, through those trees. And then you spy through the trees what looks like a cave, and the horse stops at the entrance to the cave. You dismount. The horse nudges you towards the cave, and so you enter into that cave, unsure what you'll discover. You see some flickering light coming from within the cave, so you walk towards that flickering light, curious about the experience, intrigued why the horses would bring you here. And you see a person dressed in purple, stirring a pot over a campfire here deep in the cave. And with the most friendly eyes and smile, they look up at you, gesture for you to come over, and as you're heading over, so they begin to speak to you. And they tell you that Quaylar is a special kind of horse, kind of a magical being. And they were sent to find someone with just the right qualities for being comfortable and communicating with nature. and they communicated through the realms to others of their type of kind. And you are identified. And they tell you that your help is needed, that there's a task which someone needs to do, where magic isn't suitable, only compassion and the right mental attitude can help. And they tell you that even deeper in this cave lives a dragon, and they require you to go deeper into the cave and to bring peace and calm to the dragon's heart. That the only way to break a spell that was cast on this dragon is for genuine peace and calm to be brought to its heart. The spell can't be broken by the use of more magic. And that if this dragon can't be helped, then the hold the magic has on the dragon will lead to the dragon terrorizing more than just this realm. And if the dragon encounters other dragons, then the magic that has been used on it can transfer from it to those other dragons, spreading this problem even further. And so you agree to help with a sense of curiosity and intrigue, and yet not even at all surprised at the idea of dragons having flown on a horse with wings. And the wizard hands you a torch. And sends you on your way, and so you walk deeper and deeper into the cave, listening to the occasional drip of water echoing through this cave, walking so gracefully and so calmly and peacefully that each step would barely disturb rice paper and barely makes a sound. And the light from your torch flickers and dances on the cave wall. And despite the gentle dripping within this cave, there's a deep sense of peace here. And you walk deeper and deeper into the cave. And way off in the distance, you can hear the deep sound of the dragon breathing in and breathing out. And you continue walking in the direction of that sound. Until eventually you come out to a chamber, and it's a vast chamber that could rival any cathedral. the sound of the dragon's breath reverberating off the walls, the occasional scraping, sliding sound, the dragon moving its tail. And you walk slowly towards that dragon. And as you approach the dragon, it gazes up at you, glares at you, and you feel calm and compassion and love. You don't feel at all intimidated, as if you know the dragon's soul, and that this is just a surface level behavior to try and scare. And the dragon bares its teeth, breathes in and then bursts out fire. And the fire is aimed in a slightly different direction to you, and you can feel the warmth of that fire as it passes you. And you feel this is a bit like a shot across the bow that used to be used to try to deter ships. And you carry on approaching, feeling even deeper calm, peace, compassion. And the dragon stands up at full height, breathes in to make itself large and scary. And you continue walking towards it, only expressing peace and calm. And once you get near, the dragon lowers its head. You rest your hand on the side of its warm neck, feeling the smoothness of the scales, feeling the way the dragon's breath slows down gently, beginning to feel a deep connection with this dragon. As you run your hand down its neck towards its body, and the closer to its body your hand gets, the more you can sense the heartbeat of this dragon, the slow, powerful thump-bum of the dragon's heart. And as your hand moves down all the way to the body, so it's as if you start to create a connection between yourself and your compassion and this dragon. And you start to almost psychically connect with the dragon as you fall into sync with the dragon. And you start to see the dragon's life experiences, the curse inflicted upon the dragon, the wizard which had caused such a curse. And the dragon begins to glow, and that glowing begins to pass through your hand and into your body, relieving the dragon of the curse. And as that glowing calms down, so you leave the chamber, leaving this dragon to rest free in the knowledge it's no longer cursed. You head back through the cave, back to that wizard resting by the campfire. They're already aware of the changes created because of your actions. And you ask them if there's a way of stopping this wizard, making sure that they can't do the same again. And the wizard explained that magic can't be used to stop magic, because when two magic systems collide, they just create stronger magic. They don't take the magic away. But you may be able to help, because you have no magical abilities. But you do have a pure heart that deeply loves and respects nature. And so magic struggles to influence those of pure heart. It needs a kernel of something to latch onto and to grow from. Like watering a seed within somebody. But you're different and unique. And the wizard tells you where to find this other wizard, and says that you'll know what to do when you get there. And you leave the cave. You head back to that horse. And the horse instinctively knows what you've been tasked with. And it begins to take you through the valley in the direction of the other wizard. And as it does, so you just enjoy the journey. And the sun on this land sets, and the horse stops. And you camp for a while. And you find yourself talking to the horse even though the horse doesn't respond. It just seems like it's listening intently. And then at night, you snuggle up next to the warmth of the horse as the campfire burns down to embers, falling asleep on the grass. And the next morning continuing your journey, until eventually the horse reaches a point where it stops, and it seems to be refusing to go any further. And you nudge it in the sides, and it just rears its head slightly, as if to say, I am not going beyond this point. And so you dismount, and the horse moves its head and nose, as if to gesture in the direction you need to travel. And so you continue on your journey on foot, heading through this unusual landscape, searching for that wizard. And eventually, after some time of walking, you see a small building in the distance, some wisp of smoke rising from the chimney, the glow of light in the windows. And you walk up towards that house. You knock the knocker on the door, and someone answers the door, and you realize straight away that this is that wizard. And you just directly tell them you're here to stop them from terrorizing the land. And they laugh at you, and they want to have power and control, not just of this land, but by creating chaos through the realms. And from sowing that chaos, they can then appear and take control and be the saviour resolving the chaos. You firmly state that you're here to stop them. And although now they give just a hint of concern, just a flicker of an eye, they try to portray themselves as confident that you're just like any other person. And they go over to a book. They open that book, and as they do, they pick up a wand resting beside the book, and in an instant and a flick of the wrist, they fire a spell at you with a gentle cantation, and a light emanates in your direction, and like absorbing the magic and the dragon, that light seems to just be absorbed into you. And at best, all it causes is a very slight, gentle tingling through your body, as if helping you relax deeper and deeper in this situation. And you remember the words that you'll know what to do when you're there. Then you stand up and walk towards the wizard. You reach out and gently touch them on the shoulder. And as you do, you feel a deep sense of calm compassion, of love for the humanity within them. And almost like it's your magic being cast through no magic, you seem to be able to trigger that kernel of humanity buried deep within the wizard, almost locked away from even the wizard's own reach. And it's almost as if that kernel of humanity is watered, nurtured, given the right environment to thrive, as if it blossoms and blooms from within them, growing, spreading, filling them internally with humanity, compassion, care for others. Until eventually their eyes weep as humanity takes over. And you see that compassion in their eyes as they become a changed person, as you then leave this wizard and begin your journey back, heading back towards where the horse left you. And as you begin your journey back, so you hear a noise and then see the horse arriving, now comfortable to travel this close to this location, no longer fearful of what lay ahead. You climb on the back of the horse and together journey back to the other wizard. And that other wizard also seems to just know that change has happened. They know what you've achieved. And then on that horse, it canters along, bursting into a gallop. The sparkling lights spring to life around the horse, the wings erupt into view, and the horse launches into the air, galloping on its sparkly road, galloping on the air. The light spreading around the horse, until with a flash it finds itself back, galloping above the new forest. It slows down to a canter, heads down into the new forest, lands in the new forest, and then trots through to where the other horses are. You dismount, say goodbye to the horse, and you can sense it saying goodbye to you. You head over to the other horses, climb onto the one you rode earlier, and it takes you back to where you started. You head back through the new forest, finding your way to somewhere to stay for the night. You have something to eat. You reminisce and think back on your day's adventure, on everything that's happened, how unreal some of it seemed, and yet how you accepted it as being real and went with the flow. Curious about the other land, where it is, whether you'll ever get an opportunity to revisit and perhaps explore more. And then you head to bed and find yourself feeling so peaceful and calm that your mind just feels so still as you drift and float, relaxed asleep into slumberland.